Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my honor to open the second day of Moldova Security Forum. Yesterday, I think we had an exciting day, very diverse, a lot of insights, a lot of great speakers. We'll continue today diving in various topics of security. But before going into our parallel sessions, we thought to start this day with an ambassadorial panel to discuss about security, international security cooperation, and how Moldova can be further supported in this endeavor. I hope we have sent yesterday a very clear message that Moldova has its own agency. And we really care about security, and I really hope, if you agree, just clap your hands and say whether we can put already Moldova on the map of security discussions in the region. Thank you very much. With that, I'd like to invite my dear friend Vlad Kulminski, who is Director of Institute for Strategic Initiatives. He will be the moderator of our next ambassadorial panel, and I would like Vlad to introduce the panel and the ambassadors. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Julian, for this opportunity to moderate this very important session. Yesterday, I understand that we talked a lot about how the world should be, what security should look like. Today, we're going to talk about the world as it is. It is not much of a secret that without the support of its international partners, Moldova, just as Ukraine, will find it very difficult to survive and to go through this geopolitical reshuffle which is happening in the region. So today we're going to talk about, the security threats that Moldova faces. We're going to talk about all the challenges that Moldova is faced with. But crucially, we're going to talk about the support that the international community and our key international partners provide in this very difficult period of geopolitical reshuffle, where Russia is essentially trying to redraw the boundaries of Europe, where Russia is trying to, cancel out independent nations which were created after the end of the Cold War, and where Russia is trying to carve out a security sphere for itself akin to 19th century geopolitics. This is going to be an open session. I understand that this is going to be the only open session today. And so we really look forward to a very interesting discussion from our trusted colleagues and partners, without which the Republic of Moldova will find it very difficult to survive in these very challenging times. And allow me to invite Ms. Margaret Huber, the Ambassador of Germany. His Excellency Tomasz Kobzdej, Ambassador of Poland to the Republic of Moldova. His Excellency Jaromir Plišek, Ambassador of the Czech Republic to the Republic of Moldova. His Excellency Lorenzo Tomasoni, Ambassador of Italian Republic to the Republic of Moldova. Karin Borovic, Chargé d'Affaires from the Embassy of Sweden in the Republic of Moldova. And Mr. Ovidiu Naftanailă from the Embassy of Romania to the Republic of Moldova. And allow me, of course, to start with Germany, as you would expect. Some of the questions that I would like to ask you, Ambassador, is what is Germany's agency? What is Germany's experience in developing its security policy and interests after reunification? And please, if you could a little bit dwell on the support that Germany provides to Moldova bilaterally and through multilateral instruments, and maybe a little bit about the kind of security challenges that Moldova faces in the world of today.
I think it works. Okay. Well, thank you, Vlad. And maybe in order to explain our security policy, we have to go a bit into our history. Just to recall some basic data. 1949, founding of the Federal Republic of Germany. 1954, end of the occupation statute, Germany regaining partial sovereignty. In that context, of course, the issue of rearming Germany came up. And there was fierce resistance, both inside the country and from our partner, because Germany, in 2 world wars of the last century, had been the aggressor and had brought enormous suffering all over Europe. However, it was the threat from the then Warsaw Pact under the leadership of the Soviet Union that led to the decision to set up a German national army, the so-called Bundeswehr. And a decisive element in that decision was that Germany in 1955, the same year that the Bundeswehr was founded, became a member of NATO, so that German defense policy was put into a broader multilateral context. Of course, since our defense policy has undergone changes from defense and deterrence against the threat from the Warsaw Pact, after German reunification, participation in international peace missions came into the focus as there was no more immediate threat. But let me also underline that the consent of our partners to German reunification, something that was also contested, was partly due to the fact that Germany was deeply anchored in both EU and NATO. And that is why these 2 institutions are the pillar of our security policy. Unfortunately, again, in February 2022, we entered a new era. Chancellor Scholz, in his famous speech, called it a Zeitenwende, a watershed. The illegitimate and brutal aggression of Russia against Ukraine has challenged our European security order for the last 2 years. We all know that Moldova, more than many other countries, has been affected by the war in the neighborhood. At the same time, we experience other global challenges that our countries can only tackle together, such as climate change, fight against international terrorism, cyber attacks, hybrid threats, disinformation campaigns, and many others. Now, I think both of our countries have reacted in a bit of the same way to these challenges, namely by setting up a national security strategy. Germany adopted its in June 23, Moldova, as we know, in December 23. And going through these 2 strategies, I found quite a number of similarities. First of all, in the assessment of our security environment. All the challenges that I just mentioned are actually named in both our national security strategies. Secondly, when it comes to military security, both strategies talk about the need to enhance defense capacities. And I would like to explicitly put the accent on defense, not attack, but defense. This word is appearing a number of times in both our strategy. Germany has decided to equip the Bundeswehr appropriately so it can perform its core task in the future of guaranteeing the safety and security of our population and the population within the countries of our allied partners. The Moldova Security Strategy equally provides for the enhancement and strengthening of the armed forces in order to enhance the capability of Moldova to defend itself against attack from outside. And let me mention that in our view, neutrality is often cited as a reason against strengthening the armed forces. In our view, neutrality alone is not a protection against attacks from outside. It also needs the capability to defend itself. And that is why Germany has been supporting Moldova in this effort to strengthen the armed forces, inter alia in the framework of the so-called Enhance and Equip initiative, through training, through the delivery of material and equipment, with a focus of armed vehicles, drones, air defense, and anything in the context of military mobility. A second important pillar in our assistance has been the civilian security, meaning that we have provided substantial assistance to the police forces and especially to the border police with an amount of so far more than 20 million euros. Now, strengthening the EU is one of the focal points of our security strategy. And let me just cite what is said in our security strategy. It says that the EU is our life insurance, our insurance policy for peace. Therefore, we want to ensure that the European Union is able to act geopolitically and to uphold its security and sovereignty for coming generations. It is in this context that the federal government supports further EU integration, cohesion, and enlargement to include the Western Balkans, the Ukraine, the Republic of Moldova, and in a longer term, Georgia. So that is one point where we have Moldova explicitly mentioned in the context of enlargement, in the context of our security strategy. The EU has been and is the larger contributor to Moldova. And of course, Germany, as the biggest contributor to the EU, indirectly also contributes to this. And let me just shortly mention 4 initiatives. The first of all being the Security and Defense Partnership that the two countries of EU and Moldova entered in May of this year. And the partnership will help Moldova to strengthen its resilience and enable both sides to jointly encounter threats to security and identify new areas of cooperation. Moldova is the first country with which the European Union is entering such partnership, and I think this is also a sign of a growing engagement of the European Union in Moldova in the security and defense sector. Secondly, the EU has set up the European Union Partnership Mission, EUPM, which is designed to help Moldova fight disinformation, propaganda, and cyber attacks. Germany is currently participating with 5 personnel in this mission and also contributing to the mission's activities. At the same time, we are carrying out a 3 million project to support the Center for Strategic Communication and Fight Against Disinformation and Propaganda. We are currently looking at enhancing and prolonging this engagement. The third medium is the European Peace Facility, and I think EU Ambassador Mažek spoke about it. Since 2021, Moldova has profited from the Peace Facility in an amount of 137 million euros. And finally, as we are defining security in a much broader sense, I would also like to mention the growth plan for Moldova, which EU Commission President von der Leyen has announced on her last visit here to the country, which will also help Moldova to strengthen its resilience in many areas, inter alia the economy. Now, second last point for us, of course, NATO is an indispensable for a credible deterrent and defense capability, and therefore one of the pillars of our security, together with the European Union. NATO for us is the primary guarantor of protection against military attacks. Just to recall, the EU is not a military alliance. That is the task of NATO. By strengthening the Bundeswehr, as I said in the beginning, we also want to contribute to enhancing NATO's capabilities. I know that NATO membership in this country is very much contested, but we welcome the close cooperation that Moldova is practicing with NATO, and we are convinced that it is a valuable asset and contribution to enhancing this country's military capabilities. Let me make one very last point. When going through the 2 strategies, I found another common issue with relation to many challenges that I think I don't have the time to elaborate upon at this point of time, which is the clear commitment to multilateralism, in particular to the United Nations. And I think this is something very important because within the different fora of the United Nations, we can fight many challenges, even outside military challenges, together challenges that we only can encounter in close cooperation and coordination, and for that, for us, the United Nations remains the central institution. So I'm very happy that our two countries also there have a close cooperation and will continue it in the future. Thank you.
Ambassador, thank you so very, very much for making a couple of common sense but very fundamental points. I think it would be really great to have you on those interminant, endless TV debates which we have on all Moldovan televisions. And you said several things which I think are really, really important and which are discussed in Moldovan society these days all the time. First, neutral does not mean weak. Neutral does not mean defenseless. Neutral does not mean that you should just stand down somewhere in the middle of the field and do nothing. And what you said about, hardware, hard security, which is building a capable defense center, should be one of the priorities of the Moldovan government. But one of the major tenets, of propaganda in Moldovan society today is that if you build a strong defense sector, it means that you are probably planning an aggression. And so that is a really, really important point, which I hope, will become a very common sense point for the entire Moldovan society. So that is very important. Internal security, you stressed that out. That is also a very fundamental issue, as we have seen in many events which happened in the Republic of Moldova. An accession to the European Union as a guarantee of Moldova's security in the future is also a very fundamental point, which goes straight into the heart of the debate that we're having in Moldovan society these days. Thank you so very much for this intervention. Ambassador Tomasz Kopsdej, Ambassador of Poland, and I would like to ask you two questions. First of all, if you could elaborate a little bit on how Poland's security thinking evolved after the end of the Cold War, and what could be the possible lessons for Moldova amidst Russia's efforts to undermine Moldova's security, amidst Russia's efforts to reshuffle the geopolitical borders of the region. Thank you.
Thank you, Vlad. Let me start from the caveat. Wherever I speak publicly about security policy, I do it double-headed as a Polish ambassador and also as a head of the NATO contact point embassy. Everything I'm going to say is going to be a kind of coherent, hopefully, combination of my own thoughts, the Polish position, and the NATO narrative. And apologies, I will have to leave sharply 10:30, even the discussion is very lively, so sorry for that. And thank you for the question, actually quite simple for a poll, because my country hasn't had a lot of strategic dilemma. And the most important is the threat assessment. And threat assessment in my country, in Poland, was based not only on a couple of decades of communism and Cold War, but I would say on 1,000 years of Polish history. And there was a huge strategic unity among Polish society and among Polish elites that the Russian imperialism is the existential threat for the whole region, including the Republic of Poland. It took a bit longer for Moldovans to get to this conclusion, but the national security strategy mentioned many times yesterday over yesterday panels is absolutely revolutionary document. Pointing Russia as a direct threat is something completely revolutionary in the strategic thinking of the Republic of Moldova. But we have to admit, and this reflection I read between lines in Vlad's comments, not the large part of Moldovan society doesn't share this opinion expressed in the strategic document of the government. I'm not commenting, I'm just trying to have the picture of the operational environment we are acting. But let us return to Poland after the Cold War. Theoretically, there were different options how to make our country secure. Neutrality, theoretically, was an option. Then trying to build another alternative military alliance, military bloc with our neighbors, with our friends from the Central Europe, but taking into account the potential, the demographic, economic, and consequently military potential of our countries, it wouldn't work. So NATO, for the country of our size, located in where we are, was the only shield. So again, no huge strategic dilemma in Poland on that. And the benefits of membership in NATO are quite obvious. It's a real military shield. It's a military guarantees. NATO membership allowed us to reform our administration, not only armed forces. My thesis, I repeat very often, is Poland was very well prepared to the negotiations of the EU accession because of membership in NATO. NATO helped a lot to reform my country after chaotic decades of communism. I'm not trying to convince Moldovans now that they should join NATO. For many reasons, it's not possible. I'm just trying to say that strengthening cooperation with the most powerful alliance in the world, that is setting the higher security standards in the world, is very beneficial for all partners, including Republic of Moldova. NATO leaders, according to the very famous slogan, have been taught to speak softly and to carry a big stick. It's changed a bit. Now we have to speak a bit more in the more bold way and to carry even bigger stick. It was also mentioned over yesterday's panels, especially about the panel on NATO, very interesting one. So here I get to the point about the defense budgets. Poland yesterday was mentioned as a champion. It's true, but let's look at the numbers. This year, 23 NATO allies will spend at least 2% of the GDP. Poland will spend 4.2% of GDP on defense this year and at least 4.7% next year. But let's put our feet firmly on the ground. Russia will spend this year 6% of GDP. So increase of this budget for Western countries is not the question of, it's not a competition, it's not a question of our ambitions, it's a necessity in our geopolitical situations. Also for Republic of Moldova, and it's happening, it's actually happening. Each country, according to its possibilities and capacities, has to invest more in the defense system. And the defense system is something more than armed forces, because defense system consists of three main elements: armed forces, intelligence, and diplomacy. And we all have to invest more in all these three elements. I would stop here. Thank you.
Ambassador, thank you very much. Mr. Jaromír Plíšek, Ambassador of Czech Republic to the Republic of Moldova. And I would like to ask for your assessment about the broader security situation and the challenges that Moldova is facing amidst Russia's war against Ukraine. What is Moldova's role in the regional security landscape today?
Thank you very much. Maybe I would like, first of all, to make one apparently just linguistic remark, There is a tendency to refer to the mass killing of civilians, destruction of hospitals, schools and homes, of energy infrastructure, and so on, as to the war in Ukraine, Russia's war against Ukraine, a war between Ukraine and Russia, or even a war between two Slavic peoples. I think that I would like to encourage all of us to constantly keep in mind that what has been happening in Ukraine is in fact Russia's war against the entire civilized democratic world. A war that aims to destroy the basic elements of the international order established after the horrors of the Second World War, and to ruin the very pillars of the security of the world. So that this is just, to see the war in the broader picture, not to linguistically, reduce it to some local conflict. It is not a local conflict or regional. In Ukraine, Russia has attacked mainly by military means. In other countries, European and non-European, the same attack has been conducted by spreading lies, disinformation, and propaganda, as well as other subversive actions. The aim of these actions is nevertheless the same: destruction of everything we have relied upon for almost 8 decades. Mutual trust, capacity to recognize reality from fiction, or truth from lie. We are all under a very dangerous attack, and we have no other choice than to defend ourselves. Here I would refer also to this trace made by our German colleague. I am no military expert, and I have no miraculous recipe how to make Putinist Russia stop its all-out destructive actions. All I know now is that we have to be aware of this reality, to stick to the internationally recognized principles and to the truth. Here allow me to mention the national motto of the Czech Republic, or then Czechoslovakia: truth prevails. It is also in the context of disinformation and all these endeavors. On Moldova's role, there is no doubt that Moldova is a European country. However, due to its position as well as the Russian interference during the whole period of its independence, it could not enjoy the good fortune of countries like Czechia or Poland or others, which are now firmly anchored in the Western security structures. To this day, Moldova remains in many respects disadvantaged because it shares the longest part of the western border of Ukraine, which is under the direct military attack, because it has a part of population which for historical and linguistic reasons is extremely vulnerable to the Russian destructive and malign propaganda and influence. And also Moldova does not benefit from the stability and security which stems from the full integration into the EU, let alone NATO. Therefore, it is in our best strategic interest to continue and assist Moldova to navigate through these dangerous times, all the countries which are under Russian attack, together with Moldova, and to support Moldova, to continue to support Moldova. This is also why I find the Security Forum organized by the Institute for Strategic Initiatives a very timely event, and I feel honored to participate in this panel discussion. Thank you very much. Mulțumesc frumos.
Ambassador, thank you very much. Allow me please to move over to a very important issue for the Republic of Moldova. Ambassador, the recent elections that we had in the Republic of Moldova, some very smart individuals frequently compared those elections to elections in Italy in 1948. And, you know, I think that to some extent this was an interesting comparison. In 1947, you remember that there was, you know, essentially a coup in Czechoslovakia, which brought to power a communist government, and then elections in Italy in 1948 followed, where Italians made a very firm choice for democracy, for being part of the Western world, and from then on, essentially, attempts to revert or be drawn into the Soviet sphere of influence were no longer made. Social cohesion is something that is really of fundamental importance for a country, and this is especially a very big issue for the Republic of Moldova. So, Ambassador, I would like to ask you to reflect a little bit on the importance of domestic social cohesion for national security, and how this is playing out, in your view, in the Republic of Moldova. So, His Excellency Lorenzo Tomasoni, Ambassador of Italy to the Republic of Moldova. Ambassador, please.
Thank you. Yes, thank you very much, Vlad, and good morning, everybody. Well, in a nutshell, is domestic social cohesion important to national security? The answer is yes, of course. I think that most probably we would all agree that if people don't agree on core values nor on the identification of international friends or foes, well then yes, there is a not only potential but an actual threat to security, to domestic security and to international security. And of course this is particularly true if there is a connection between domestic and international threats. This is the case of hybrid war, for instance, in the case of Moldova. Yet we would also, I think, agree that people are allowed to disagree, and this is a key principle of democracy, of the free world, of open society. As an Euro-Atlantic ambassador, I'm proud to foster and protect this key principle. But this is why we have majority rule. So this is why we have elections, this is why we have referenda, and people decide through majority. This is democracy. Now, having said so, and this seems to be common sense, but not always. This is why we're discussing these issues. Common sense is not common sometimes. What actually is social cohesion is? What is it? What does social cohesion mean? Is there a definition of social cohesion? This is a concept that comes from sociology. And hence I will borrow something from Emil Durkheim, who's one of the founding fathers of sociology, who published several books from the end of the 19th, between the end of the 19th and beginning of the 20th century. And I will borrow something from Latin. And given that Italian, Romanian, and French, Portuguese, Spanish have common Latin roots, I think that this would be the case, especially here. Cohesion comes from the past participle of the verb cohaere, which is cohesus, coeso in Italian, and literally that means very closely united. For instance, you might recall the testudo in Rome legends, the formation that resembled the shell of a turtle, of a tortoise, and testudo was cohesa. This kind of shield made with different shields of different soldiers was coheso. Cohesum, if it's a shield, if it's a scutum. And you can see that in many movies, including the Gladiator 2, which is on the big screen right now, even in Chisinau. And that movie is full of historical mistakes, I must say, but it's very well done. So it's worth seeing it. I enjoyed it very much. Now, then, when can we say that a society is closely united? It's, again, cohesa, so social cohesion. Then I will borrow something from Emil Durkheim in this case, and he focused very much on two factors. One was, in that period, and perhaps still is, religion, and the other one is division of labor. But there is much more, so I won't go deep into these two issues, which had a different relevance throughout history, but are still there in a way. The two concepts I would borrow from Durkheim are the factors, the features that characterize a closely united society. And these two factors are, one, the absence of latent social conflict, and the second one would be the presence of strong social bonds. So, absence of latent social conflict. Of course, if there's evident social conflict, I mean, of course, there's no social cohesion, so we have to dig, we have to go underground, underwater. What are like latent social conflict factors? Well, that means that, for instance, that these conflicts are due to issues such as ethnicity, language, limba, gender, religion, and satisfaction of material needs, which is still true even today, such as employment, housing, income, health, and education. And again, these are just examples. Then let's get some examples of the presence of strong social bonds. And these social bonds are, for instance, civic duty, responsive democracy, impartial law enforcement, in some cases religion, cultural and popular traditions. That could be the kind of food you eat, the kind of dances, the kind of drinks you drink, like wine, for instance, here in Moldova. I would say that there are several strong social bonds here in Moldova, because civic duty is everywhere. We can see it clearly. I mean, just walking around Chisinau. This belongs to all Moldovans, I mean, whatever they think about domestic or international politics. And responsive democracy, we do have a responsive democracy. We have seen the reports on elections here and the referendum that were carried out in a very transparent and efficient way, besides specific threats, and notwithstanding those threats. Impartial law enforcement, well, this applies very much to Moldova, I would say. I mean, this is a strong commitment of the government. And what about cultural traditions? I mean, everybody shares cultural traditions here independently on their view on domestic and international politics, starting with the culture of wine, for instance, and music. And these are very important strong social bonds. Now, society has not necessarily been closely united, I would say, nor in Europe, nor on the other side of the ocean in the 19th century and in the first half of the 20th century. I would not bring many examples, but we know what we're talking about. I mean, several wars and social issues and the division of labor, and of course welfare, income distribution. I mean, this characterized the 19th century. It led to the Bolshevik Revolution in 1917. In the beginning of the 20th century, I mean, society was not necessarily closely united. For instance, in the United States, in the half of the 19th century, there's been a civil war there. But I think that many changes occurred, and social cohesion dramatically increased, at least in Italy, as you mentioned, in 1948, in the second half of the 20th century. This is after World War II. And by coincidence, and I don't think that this is a coincidence, this happened after the defense integration process through NATO, the Euro-Atlantic integration process, and the European integration process, little by little, started to come into force and produce their effects. So we got, at least in my nation and in many other nations, much more social cohesion in the second half of the 20th century due to these sort of external factors. We got domestic social cohesion, which are, again, NATO and the process that led to the what today we call, after 1993, the European Union. Now, Italy has not been passive, I mean, watching this process. Has been an active actor, as many other nations and several other nations, in creating and fostering these processes. So we signed the North Atlantic Treaty in 1949, April 4. But I would like to recall that the main treaty that led to what today is the European Union was signed in Rome in 1957. Now, having said so, let me conclude by borrowing a definition of social cohesion, which has been provided by the Council of Europe in 2010. And I will read it because I'm actually quoting. The Council of Europe defines social cohesion as the capacity of a society to ensure the well-being of all its members, minimizing disparities and avoiding marginalization, to manage differences and divisions and ensure the means of achieving welfare for all members. Social cohesion is a political concept that is essential for the fulfillment of the three core values of the Council of Europe. Those are like human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. And there's more. Social cohesion is a dynamic process and an essential condition for social justice, democratic security, and sustainable development. Divided and unequal societies are not only unjust, they cannot guarantee stability and, I would add, security in the long term. Now, probably in the European Union, we're not fully there yet. I mean, no world is a perfect world. But we are certainly on the right path. And this path of peace and well-being is certainly open to all those other nations that are willing and able to join in, starting with Moldova. I thank you for your attention.
Ambassador, thank you so very much. One idea which stands out, and this is something that, you know, from my experience, and I've lived in this country for long enough, ever since I was born, which I think really has a very good potential to unite different segments of Moldovan society, is European integration. It is a very strong platform to increase social cohesion. It is already happening with a lot of hiccups, but that is really something around which, you know, a lot of different segments of Moldova society can unite, and that I think is one of the most important tasks for the government today. Social cohesion and consensus within society is a really important and very fundamental part of national security, because, you know, that really provides a very strong foundation for the entire country to move forward rather than being torn apart by different competing groups, and that in Republic of Moldova is already happening. Thank you so very much. Can we now move up north, please, and let us talk a little bit about Sweden, and Sweden as a response to all you know, to Russia's war against Ukraine and to all the geopolitical reshuffle that is taking place in the region, has decided to join NATO. So could we reflect a little bit on the rationale, on the consequences, on the lessons learned? And secondly, if we could also talk a little bit about Sweden's support for the Republic of Moldova, I'd really appreciate it. And Karin Borovic, Chargé d'Affaires of the Embassy of Sweden to Moldova. Please.
Thank you very much, Vlad. Excellencies, partners, colleagues, it's a great pleasure to represent Sweden in this panel. And I want to start by saying that Sweden remains committed to support resilience and a peaceful development in the Republic of Moldova. To mention a few initiatives, we work closely with DCAF for democratic standards in the security reforms. That includes cooperation with the civil society network of PISA, engaged in security issues, the network of women police, and cooperation with the Swedish Agency for Civil Contingencies in emergency preparedness planning. We also have Swedish police cooperation here since long, where we are supporting community policing, intelligence, tactics, gender equality, and leadership trainings, and working closely with local security councils throughout Moldova. And that also includes support to local football clubs, where we support youth engagement and enabling interaction between police and youth in order to create trust. And also to work on social inclusion throughout the regions of Moldova. We also have support through the Swedish Authority for Radioactive safety, to support a safe management of radioactive materials in Moldova. We have substantial support to civil society in all the regions of Moldova, which is also very important in order to encourage pluralism and a democratic culture throughout the country. And also, of course, we support independent media to counteract disinformation, elections, different projects, including the UN Admit project that's strengthening the systems for election, including IT security. To say a few words about the Swedish NATO membership, I want to start by saying that it's up to each country to decide to become a NATO member or not, as well as the decision to join EU or not. Within EU, we have some NATO members, and within NATO, we have some EU members. So this does not automatically have to go together. In the case of Sweden, our assessment was that NATO membership with Russia's aggression in Ukraine was a way for the Swedish armed forces to carry out their main goal, which is to protect Sweden against any possible attack. NATO membership for us enables us both to have closer cooperation in the Nordic-Baltic region. It also gives us access to decision-making within NATO. But I also want to mention that Sweden has been taking part in NATO missions since the 1990s, basically all missions since the war in Bosnia. It also has now, the NATO membership for Sweden, a deterrent effect. Also, when it comes to cooperation in Moldova, we have signed a letter of intent between Sweden and Moldova, which is also enabling defense cooperation. That said, again, NATO it's a matter of defense, it's a defense alliance, and it's up to each independent country to decide to become a member or not. For Sweden, of course, defense it's a matter of national security and decision. So in the case of Moldova, being EU member or not, NATO member or not, Sweden will remain a close partner and friend. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Romania, it's not only about language, it's not only about culture, it's not only about identity, but fundamentally, and I think this is something that we don't really discuss that much, it's about security. Moldova's security is fundamentally important to Romania, and I think this is a maxim which is pretty much shared by all security analysts. And this cooperation has known its high and lows, but what I think has been happening over the past years is that this cooperation has become very practical, very issue-oriented. I would like to ask you if you could to please reflect on Romania's role in strengthening Moldova's security. What are the key challenges and what are the directions of security cooperation now and in the future? As Mr. Ovidiu Naftanaila from the Embassy of Romania to the Republic of Moldova. Sir, please.
Thank you very much. Vlad, I could have not started better than your brief introduction regarding Romania and the role of Romania for the security of Republic of Moldova. I'm also aware of the time constraints, so I'll try to focus more on practical elements of the cooperation. And what you'll hear in the next minutes is basically EU like-mindedness at its best, because I cannot be agreeing more with what the other panelists have already mentioned, notably regarding neutrality alone is not a guarantee for security, our German colleague. Regarding the strategic dilemma, our Polish colleague. Regarding the terminology of war, our Czech colleague. Social cohesion as a platform for increasing security, our Italian colleague. And the multifaceted aspects of cooperation and how deep this cooperation could work in the future with Moldova. As far as Romania is concerned, I will start with the vulnerabilities for Moldova, the way we see it, and for this I will have to bridge with what has been already said in the panels yesterday. Of course, from a scholar perspective, categorizing is one of the most trickiest things one can do, but still I will draw, if I will have to do it in one sentence, that the categories of vulnerabilities that have been identified by the brilliant speakers yesterday would be the ones that are inherited, and here many have pointed to social cohesion, the ones that are inflicted upon Moldova from outside, and many have mentioned the energy element here, and those that are cross-cutting, and many of the speakers yesterday have already identified Moldova as, I don't know how to put it, maybe as experiencing hybrid terrain for Russia. And this brings me to my first part of intervention regarding what are, let's say, the aspects and the vulnerabilities facing Moldova in the next months and years. And of course, one cannot rule out the very important electoral process of 2025. And I think we don't need a crystal globe to understand that Russia will put more efforts into trying to derail the stability and the democracy in Moldova. As far as Romania is concerned, our assistance is multifaceted. We have elements of intervention and programs at bilateral level, and also we are part of the big EU and like-minded support in various forms of multilateral platforms. As far as the bilateral part is concerned, and what is relevant for the discussion today, we invest in strengthening capacities and building capacities with our partners in Moldova to consolidate security and military cooperation on various aspects, and also to counter asymmetric risks. When it comes to the international component, Romania, as an EU member state, advocates strongly for more funds being channeled to Moldova via the EPF. And at the same time, we have a solid contingent within the EU PM and provide expertise for a crucial challenge that faces Moldova, which is the hybrid threats. And also, Moldova servicemen are part of Romanian contingent in international missions, such as for Altea, thus Moldova contributing to consolidating the security of the other countries, notably Western Balkans. When it comes to NATO, Romania also advocates alongside its allies for the increase of defense and capacity building package for Moldova. And I have to mention that all these aspects would have not been possible without the strong political commitment of Chișinău. And in this sense, I would like to mention only a few aspects, such as Moldova is the first country to sign the security and defense partnership with the EU. At the same time, has one of the highest alignment degrees with the CFSP declarations and the policies of the EU, close to 90%. Moldova has adopted a very bold and strong, it has been already mentioned, national security and national defense strategies. And also Moldova invests into building a stronger defense force and has allocated funds that are unprecedented compared to only a couple of years ago. Now on the way ahead, of course, the other participants to this panel have already mentioned, I will only summarize. Moldova needs further support from the EU and its international partners. This is the bottom line. It needs support in order to be able to respond to the hybrid threats. It needs support in order to deliver more on social and economic matters, or on matters that are visible for the population, and at the same time, it needs to advance its European integration process. And hear me out, Romania will continue building up on the strong partnership with Moldova, will continue investing in throughout programs and throughout partnerships, and at the same time, I think Romania is, to conclude, one of the most solid pieces of Moldova's security puzzle, the way it stands for now. And I'll stop here. Thank you, Vlad, and thank you all.
Thank you so very much for this. I think we have time, about 10-15 minutes for questions. And I would invite you to please, Ambassador, thank you so very much. And I would invite you to please ask your question, but please also your name and your affiliation. And I think one thing that was a little bit missing from this panel was Ukraine. We really need to be very conscious of the fact that we are behind Ukraine's back, that it is thanks to Ukraine's sacrifice, which is, you know, something that I don't think we've seen over a very long period of time, that Moldova today is safe and secure, that we can plan for our security, we can plan for our European integration. Had it not been for Ukraine, none of this would have been possible. Colleagues, please, your questions, your comments. Ilan, how do we do it? With the microphone? Oh, yeah, okay. I'd be happy to carry the microphone too. Please, your name and your institution.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Dan Sleet from the Tony Blair Institute. Just a quick question, maybe I'll let you work out who to direct to, but for Moldova, so close, as you said, to Ukraine, my impression from witnessing events in Ukraine, it's on the path to EU membership, but it's not fully protected by Europe. It's on the path to NATO membership, but not fully protected by NATO. And then I'm lucky to be in Moldova for a conference and see that Moldova, in a way, is in a similar position. It's on the path to EU membership, but not fully in. It has an agreement with NATO, but not fully protected by NATO. So from the international community and international partners, what message of reassurance is there to Moldova that we're fully here to protect you on the front line of Russian interference?
Thank you very much. Gosh, that's called transition. Everybody's so sick and tired of it. Ambassador.
Thank you. Of course, we see Ukraine and Moldova in a certain way together. I think we cannot separate one from another. Security of Ukraine has an impact on security of Moldova. We need to guarantee the security of Moldova in order for Moldova not to be affected by the war in Ukraine. And also when it comes to the EU track, for the moment, both countries are advancing on a parallel track, and the EU is sticking to this parallelity for the time being. It cannot be included as we talk about merit-based approach, that at one point, sooner or later, one country will advance more rapidly or not. But for the moment, both countries are considered to advance in parallel. So, of course, when it comes to NATO, you mentioned yourself that we do have a clear difference with Ukraine wanting to join NATO, but still for very obvious reasons, namely Article 5 of NATO. At this point of time, there is no agreement within NATO to take up Ukraine. We have a different situation that we just talked about here in Moldova. But as I mentioned in my intervention, Moldova does have this close cooperation. So I think this is as far as we can go at this point of time. But NATO is engaged in the region and is within its capacity, within the possibilities, contributing to the security of both countries. Thank you.
Ambassador, would you like to comment?
Yes, thank you. Well, of course, once you have joined the club, you get all the rights and duties of belonging to that club. This is still not the case, but it's happening. It's an ongoing process, it's a transition. And meanwhile, the European Union and I would say all the Euro-Atlantic member states are actually providing individually and collectively lots and lots of help to Moldova and to Ukraine on a different scale. It's different situations, of course, but this is financial aid, political support, and also, in the case of Ukraine, military support to a very large extent. So we are doing what we can, and we're doing all we can, because we firmly believe, this is a belief of the European NATO and also of NATO. I mean, not only the European Union, just look at the summits declarations of NATO, for instance, that we all in the European Union and the NATO family, we rely our security, we rely on Moldova and Ukraine because our security depends very much upon Moldova and Ukraine. So it's we have a strong interest, and there's a strong interest of these nations to act together and to coordinate our foreign policies. Of course, this is all we can do right now, and I think it's working, because otherwise we wouldn't be here. And Ukraine would not be still fighting. So far so good, and I'm very optimistic for the next future, especially in terms of, since I'm here in Moldova, I'm ambassador to Moldova, so I will speak for Moldova. I'm very optimistic about Moldova joining the European Union by 2030 or the beginning of the 2030s. This is happening at a very brisk pace and very successfully, I would say. Of course, there's many threats, and this is another reason why we're here. But we can deal with these threats. We don't think that this is a challenge. We think that this is an opportunity for our nations and for this nation altogether. As we say here, împreună suntem mai puternici. Together we're stronger.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. This is really, really encouraging. Colleagues, please, questions, comments, ideas? Alexander, please.
Hello, my name is Alexandru Stratulat from UN. My question is regarding the social division which exists in Moldova, and especially regarding the NATO membership. Shouldn't we emphasize also on the non-hard security which is provided by NATO to Moldova, long-standing cooperation in other fields which is NATO provided to Moldova, in order to play down on the arguments presented by those who are saying NATO is only offensive alliance and Moldova, by cooperating with NATO, is only preparing for war. Thank you.
Ambassadors.
I'll be glad to take this one. Yes. NATO is not just Article 5, and this is why there is a NATO partnership. It's DCB, it's many other things, which also relate to civil emergencies, for instance. And NATO is providing lots of support to many non-NATO countries. And at the same time, this was the case of Sweden, for instance, before becoming an ally. Many nations are operational partners in non-Article 5 operations. For instance, Moldova is a partner in KFOR, and that's under Italian command. It's been also United Nations. This is an operational partner providing force protectors to UNIFIL in Lebanon. So this enables currently Moldova to act not only as a consumer but as a producer of international security on a global scale, because, all right, Kosovo and KFOR is in Europe, but it's still another part of Europe, and Lebanon is another part of the world. That's the Middle East, and there's two very dangerous parts of the world, by the way. And so not only this kind of interoperability developed within NATO by the Moldovan army, which has I mean, actually made huge progress, and this has been said by my Romanian colleague. Not only it helps Moldova to be interoperable, their soldiers at a very good level within UN missions, but within NATO missions, but also UN missions. So again, to a larger extent, and the UN actually has a mandate for security all over the world and represents, or is supposed to be so, the entire world. Then, okay, yes, of course, even my Polish colleague mentioned that we're not there yet, and maybe we'll never be there, who knows, I mean, in terms of Moldova exceeding NATO. This is not on the agenda, it's not on NATO's agenda, it's not on Moldova's agenda, so it's not, we're thinking and freely speaking here, and this is not on the political agenda of no one right now. And it cannot be on the political agenda, of course, if there's no consent, if there's no majority in a nation. There was no consent in Sweden until recently, or in Finland. Then things happen, change happens. But this applies also to the European Union. I mean, nobody's forced. One important nation left the European Union quite recently, and that was on a majority decision of the population. So you're not forced. This could happen in the next future, who knows? We're not yet there. Again, we could never be there. But maybe yes. I mean, these are historical long-term processes, and that takes time. So I think that the will of the majority of people should be respected in any case, and this is what's happening right now. But again, I agree, yes, we should focus much more on what is not Article 5, what is not collective defense, but is everything else that NATO is. And NATO is much more than a military alliance. NATO actually is a political military alliance. About social cohesion, I try to highlight in my intervention. We would have never get social cohesion to such a large extent in Italy as it is today, and in other nations of NATO and belonging to NATO and the European Union, if we would not have this external common club, the discipline, which is like, I would say, in terms of biology, like an exoskeleton somehow, that provides unity and cohesion at an internal level, having common transnational, international bonds. So the very
really sorry to interrupt.
Sorry, but I get passionate on this. Sorry for that.
I know you do. Thank you so very much. Since we're running out of time, I hate interrupting ambassadors. It's never good practice, by the way. So but since we're really running out of time, I would really like to ask you to be brief, if possible. Ambassador Plishak, please.
Thank you. Maybe a very short remark for us also, as my Polish colleague mentioned, after the fall of communism, the fall of Iron Curtain, it was not NATO was, we joined NATO much earlier than the EU, and it was, I think, the consensus in the society on joining NATO was very high at that time, so that it is, to put it very shortly. But I understand that in Moldova, especially some segments of the society were somehow respective to the Russian propaganda that, after the war must have worked very actively against, NATO, and to build these prejudices. I think these are prejudices, and these are quite difficult to overcome overnight, so that I think it will take time. I don't know how the finality would be, but I understand that it is not just a quick decision. Yes, we join. It cannot work like that. And one maybe also to the previous question, that the Czech Republic, being not a very large country and so on, provides, and it is well known, quite massively support for Ukraine to defend itself. And it also works somehow to strengthen to help strengthen the defense capacities of Moldova. And I like that during the roughly last year, in all bilateral meetings with the Moldovan representatives, we used to hear that Moldova thanks the Czech Republic for supporting Ukraine in its defense against the Russian aggression, because it means also defending Moldova. And I think this is also good to see it in this context.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Karin. And there's also a question for you on screen, by the way. Yes, Karin, it's right over there. I'm not really very good with this technology, but there's a question for the Chargé d'Affaires of Sweden. Could you offer insight how Sweden shifted the narrative in a positive way in favor of NATO accession the last decade alone? Perhaps Moldova could benefit from this insight.
Okay, thank you. So brief, from a Swedish perspective, having the historical non-alignment policy did not mean for Sweden not to have a strong defense. In Sweden, we're now a NATO member, but we have a historical tradition of having a very strong so-called total defense system, including a lot of conscript defense staff. And that's a strong tradition that will remain in Sweden. And also speaking about trust and cohesion, this total defense system also builds on having a trust and also a lot of engagement in society as a whole, working closely with the civil side for having the total defense system. When it comes to the question about how Sweden shifted the narrative in favor of NATO accession, there has been a dialogue since quite long about possible NATO membership. Sweden has, as mentioned, been very active in many NATO missions since the 1990s, so a lot of experience already working closely with NATO colleagues in many missions in different countries. And it was very much Russia's aggression against Ukraine that contributed to this assessment that in order to defend Sweden, we needed to become members of NATO, to work more closely with NATO in the Nordic-Baltic region, and also to be able to take part in decision-making within NATO. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Karin. A video.
Thank you, Vlad. Very briefly, Karin hit the nail on this, highlighting the social cohesion and how important it is that the right perception among the society generates and triggers the right reaction when it comes to collective responsibility within the society towards common defense. But getting back to your question, Alexandru, I think Moldova had been faced for decades with two paradigms. One, NATO is bad, and second, neutrality is good. While not going deeper into these aspects, I think one should ask himself whether what type of strategic communication is needed and what type of reaction from the institutions is needed in order to highlight basic elements that don't go against these fundamental perceptions. For instance, that interoperability is good, that standardizing of instruction is good, and what benefits bring this to Moldova, and how Moldova can export security by the means of stronger armed forces. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, Ambassador, to our very, very important partner, the United States of America.
Well, good morning, distinguished guests and friends, and good morning, everyone. I'm the Chargé d'Affaires at the U.S. Embassy, and I'm going to ask a provocative question this morning, because I think we really need to dig a little deeper. I heard today that truth prevails. And though I like to believe that truth prevails, I don't think we're living in an age right now that truth does prevail, unfortunately. We live in an age of untruths, where perception means more, where we're seeing in all of our countries how vulnerable we are to foreign manipulation. We are so reactive in our approach. So what can we do as a collective of like-mindeds to really counter foreign manipulation in a way, because they're using all their arsenal. They're full instruments of power. They are all in this propaganda information war, hybrid war, if you will. We need to do more. I think what we're doing is a drop in the bucket. So how can we do more to ensure that we are not only reacting, but we are proactively defending against these bad narratives which are going against the social cohesion in our societies? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. I think this is, a $1 million question. This is one of the most fundamental issues that this society faces. And Ambassadors, I would like to kindly ask you to reply to this question, but also make your final concluding remarks, because I think we're way over the time for this very fascinating session. Margaret, can we start with you, please? Does it work?
Okay. It's a bit difficult with these microphones. I think we're already doing a lot on a technical level. Of course, we have to try to prevent cyber attacks. We try to prevent the propaganda and disinformation coming in. I mentioned the Center for Strategic Communication and Fight Against Disinformation. But I think a very key element is education, especially for the young generation, but also for the elder generation, how to recognize which news is fake and which is true. Because I think this is the real difficulty, just to, it's done so cleverly nowadays. It's done technically in such a complicated way that it becomes more and more difficult, even for highly educated people, to differentiate between truth and fake. And I think there is very, very much space for more education, and we have to concentrate for upcoming generations, because with artificial intelligence and more technical possibilities being developed, they will be exposed even more to disinformation and propaganda. So this, I think, is a very essential element to security that we should have a strong look at.
Thank you very much, Ambassador.
I hope the problems with the microphone are not due to some kind of hybrid threat war. Apparently not. Well, to answer this question, I would say that we need to be consistent. We, and by we I mean the Euro-Atlantic world. Truth always prevails in the mid-long term. In terms of market and economy, I would say free market. We must believe on our product. We are proud of our product. Of course, there are other competitors selling other products, trying to sell these products even through fake news in some cases here in Moldova and in the rest of the world. I believe that at the very end people understand that people are consumers after all, consumers of security, consumers of well-being. So I believe that our product is better than other products, and so that consumers will ultimately choose it. Then of course someone else could advertise its own products with fake information, but at the very end, when you buy the product, you check the product, you see how the product really good is. So our product is good. Just compare the the standard of living in our nations and in other nations, freedom of speech, freedom of thought, everything, put the whole package together. So I think, yes, that to counter the competitors, I wouldn't say the enemies, but let's say competitors, that's more fair and peaceful. Let's say the enemy in some cases, of course, when a war is ongoing, and this is the case, we need to believe in our product.
Ambassador, not interrupting, just checking
the microphone. Thank you very much. Sorry for that.
Ambassador, really. Thank you so very much. Ambassador, please. Please, Ambassador.
Thank you. Very briefly, I think for the time being, we still are learning how to counter this disinformation. I think that that what is called the cybersecurity is to some extent a technical question. This disinformation is maybe in a way more dangerous. And how to counter it? I have to say that back in the Czech Republic, I still have the feeling that also in the organizatory way, it is somehow dispersed, this defense, I'm sorry to say. Maybe this is also the situation in other. My impression is that we still did not discover a way how to really defend ourselves against all these lies and fakes and fabricated whatever. Let us encourage mutually to try and do it.
Thank you, Ambassador. Karen, please.
Thank you. So On the one hand, we need to continue to support Ukraine to defend themselves and to also at the same time strengthen the security and security reforms with our external support here in Moldova. But as mentioned, at the same time, we also need, through all our non-defense project and cooperation and assistance, to really support the inclusion in the Moldovan society, to counteract disinformation, as mentioned here before, and to counteract polarization that we have seen many signs of, especially when it comes to elections, to really work on social economic inclusion, to really create more trust in a cohesive society, and that is of interest also to develop a strong defense. Thank you.
Thank you. A video, please.
Okay.
Please, a video. Sorry, because there's...
Okay, the answer to your question, Daniela, will be my concluding remarks. Of course, in a world that it's so complex today, it seems like realism is in full swing, whereas the liberalism is dead. But I got news for you. Liberalism is and should not be dead. A world based on principles and on solidarity should be the one that should govern. And now I don't think we have to invent anything. If NATO proved to be the tool to keep safety and security for its members, this should continue. If the common market is the instrument that makes the EU really the relevant instrument worldwide, we have to make it more operational. If the like-minded support for aid for development and humanitarian aid brought so much stability throughout the world, this should continue. And when it comes to countries or international partners that are in between, we have to make sure that their hope will stay alive and that they will not fall between the cracks. We have to continue supporting Moldova, Ukraine, because this is what makes us relevant. Thank you.
Thank you, Video. And there's one question on screen which I think is on everybody's mind. So maybe, Ms. Ambassador, if you could very quickly reflect on that, because I think it is really one of the most fundamental questions. So let me read it. I think it's an excellent question. How, in your opinion, will Moldova's security and the support that NATO can offer in this region be affected by the outcome of the American presidential elections? Or should we just leave it for another session? Because this is a whole new chapter. But this is a good one. Whoever asked this question, nota 10. Julian, please.
Thank you very much, Vlad and ambassadors, colleagues. Thank you very much for your answers and your presentation. And thank you very much, Daniela, for jumping into this debate as well. Now, as we passed quite far from the schedule, I have a few announcements to make. We will continue our debates in parallel sessions. One of the sessions will be here. The next one, the Women in Peace Security Agenda, will be here. Panel A1, the new battlefield countering hybrid threats, will be in the loft room. Just follow the signs going outside this door. Our volunteers will help you to direct you. And the panel A3 on democratic resilience will be in Begonia room, also on the second floor, the main entrance. I just announced the panel, the next panels, which will be here in the room. I think it's B3 panel will be in this room, and the rest will be in loft and Begonia. And also C2, which is on climate and crisis, here as well. So with that, I would like to thank all of you for the discussion, for the debate. Very interesting. Looking forward for the next debates in the sessions. And we will recess here at the end for the closing panel at the end of the day. And thank you very much.
Let us please give a little bit of applause to the ambassadors for their answers and for an excellent panel. Thank you very much.
În limba română, deci for those who need.
Thank you very much. I will
have this to start in Romanian, as we have a live session for those who have not the possibility to participate and follow us live or after this online. Thank you. Bună ziua!
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, dear guests. We are very happy to have you here to participate in a very important panel of discussion, Women, Peace and Security Agenda. We are very glad that this subject was chosen as one of the topics for Moldova Security Forum. As you have heard during the first panel of discussion, the security is about people for people, and people are women, girls, boys, and men. So it's important to talk about the needs of different categories of citizens, to talk about the challenges that we are facing. We know that Women, Peace and Security Agenda is focused on two main areas: peace building and gender equality. Today, together with our distinguished guests, we will discuss about the Women, Peace and Security Agenda implementation in the region, taking into account that we do have a lot of security issues, especially in our region, but we will talk about the particularities of the Women, Peace and Security Agenda implementation in the Republic of Moldova. Take into account that the implementation of the agenda is a strategic commitment that recognizes that the sustainability and peace lay on different visions and the involvement and engagement of women in different security sectors. We will have a remarkable panel of experts from different institutions, government, public institutions, civil society, and international institutions, and they will talk about their perspectives of how the agenda could provide peace building and peaceful sustainability development in the region. Thank you very much for those who accepted our invitation to participate in this panel of discussion to talk about the ideas of how we could use this agenda as a changing tool. I want to invite here on the stage Mrs. Doina German, the Deputy Speaker of the Parliament. She is activist and she promotes women's rights, especially she supports victims of domestic violence. All these aspects are very well reflected in Women, Peace and Security Agenda. We invite Mrs. Dominika Stojanovska, country representative of UN Women in Moldova. She has a broader experience of more than 20 years in human rights, gender equality, and she is a friend of our country. Thank you very much, Dominika, for being here with us. We're very glad to have today Mr. Kožuhar Vladislav. Is the Deputy State Secretary of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Take into account that the Ministry of Internal Affairs is the leader institution responsible for the implementation of the Women, Peace and Security Agenda. We are very happy to have here Mrs. Veronica Arpintin, State Secretary, Ministry of Economic Development and Digitalization, the Republic of Moldova. Last but not least, I want to invite our honored guest, Mr. Danny de Torres. He has a broad experience in peace building. He used to be the director of DCAF on Gender and Security Division. Since 1990s, he has been working for different civil society organizations. And take into consideration that this experience is so valuable for the implementation of the agenda, to understand how civil society could engage in the implementation of the Women, Peace and Security agenda. I want to invite here Mrs. Maureen O'Brien. She's a Major General of Irish Army. She has participated in 7 peacekeeping missions of the United Nations. For us, it is a valuable experience, taking into consideration that the women in our national army are engaged in these missions. So for us, it's important to know the role of women in peace-building and peacekeeping missions. And we also have Mrs. Simina Tulbure. She is the member of the Romanian Parliament. Mrs. Simina, we are very glad that you are here with us today. Your experience is valuable because you are the first woman of Romanian Parliament that represents diaspora. For us, it is a valuable experience because this is a particularity of our country, taking into consideration that the majority of our citizens, men and women, are overseas, they are part of the diaspora, and they are engaged in our social life. You see that we have a broad panel of speakers. We want to have a very interactive discussion, and the first I will ask the first question each of these speakers to start the dialogue and to see how we can better implement the agenda and what are the particularities of this agenda. The second program for the UN Council 2023, it is an important tool to integrate gender perspectives in our policies. I want to start with Mr. Vladislav Kojohar. Could you please tell us what are the actions of the Ministry of Internal Affairs to implement this national program? And could you also please say what are the challenges and how do you cooperate with civil society? Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the question. I want to start, but first I want to share the message of our minister, Mrs. Daniela Misail-Nikitin, who had to be here today, but she needs to attend the government meeting and she couldn't join us. First of all, I want to congratulate her for being appointed as a new minister, and in this, and to share her message, saying that we are very serious about this resolution and the implementation of the program. And out of the total number of our staff, 10% represent women, so we take into account this, and 30% of women are in management positions. We are proud of this, and I think that it helps us to implement better policies in our sector. Getting back to your question, I have to mention that indeed we have developed this action program, and we also established a secretariat at the level of the ministry, and we also develop focal points through which we communicate constantly. Based on those activities that we have already implemented, we understood that it is essential to provide efficient communication in our work and in this sector. Of course, I did not invent the bicycle now or nanotechnology now. I'm just saying that we should understand what efficient communication means. And our conclusion is that we can have efficient communication only when we have this systematic approach, when we don't meet, like, I don't know when, but we have systematic meetings and discussions. And second, when there is a clarity of how these processes shall be implemented and how we should respond and intervene, then we can have this efficient communication. As an example, the Minister of Internal Affairs in the Republic of Moldova has participated for the first time in an exercise to delegate key four forces in Kosovo. And since October this year, we have deployed our team of 3 people. So 2 men and a woman who started this mission. And it is crucial to mention the fact that it is extremely important to implement this exercise as part of EU integration. And I will give you some figures. Within this EU integration process, we undertake and implement the best practices at the EU level. We will continue to include gender equality aspects in our policies and in the defense, justice, and security sector. Take into consideration the chapter 23 and 24, the Republic of Moldova shall align its policies to EU standards. Also, we need to combat discrimination and empower women in different sectors. And if you all remember that in September we started the negotiations with the EU, at that bilateral screening exercise, 21 women have participated and 24 men have participated. So we managed to have this gender balance, and it shows the fact that the Republic of Moldova is committed to invest more in gender equality. I want to conclude by saying that the EU-Moldova Security Partnership for 2024 supports women in gender equality aspects, and this partnership will allow us to improve the cooperation and undertake the best practices from the EU countries. Thank you very much for your attention, and I hope that we will have more interesting discussions further. Once again, this subject is a priority for our ministry, and Madam Ministry is like the vector, the driving force for this agenda. And I'm pretty much sure that having her on this floor, we will be able to advance greatly in this regard. Thank you very much, Mr. Kojohar. Thank you for this inspiring conclusion. Indeed, to make sure that this program will achieve great results, we do need this solid commitment of the ministry, and thank you very much for reiterating this fact. We are very glad and happy that we do have a female minister for internal affairs. We do need to have this cooperation with the parliament, with the government institution. We need to coordinate all this with civil society, with citizens, male and female citizens. I was very glad that you have emphasized the crucial role of the efficient communication, because it is a solution to combat gender stereotypes and to combat many other negative aspects and to empower women in this sector. I also want to give the floor to Mrs. Doimna German, the Deputy Speaker of the Parliament of the Republic of Moldova, to talk about the legislative aspect of the agenda implementation. How do you ensure that there is gender equality in all those security policies that you adopt? I know that you are a leader in promoting gender equality and human rights. What's the role of MPs to implement the initiatives within this peace, security, and women agenda? Can you hear me? Good afternoon to everyone. I greet you and thank you very much for the invitation. I'm very grateful to the organizers for consistency, for determination, because this is the 4th edition of this forum, and it means that you are consistent. We must recognize that it's not so easy to promote such an agenda. I hoped to see here Mrs. Daniela Misail Nikitin, the new appointed minister. As from my point of view, I would say that this is crucial for the Republic of Moldova to have her, take into consideration the security context in the region, and this is a positive signal for the implementation of the Women, Peace and Security agenda. Mrs. Misail Nikitin indeed is a leader in promoting this agenda, and it means that we will have a better equity, better gender equality, and more inclusivity in the Government Act. I represent the Parliament, and I'm proud to say that I'm one of those 40 female MPs in the Parliament. I would say that it's a historical and record number for the history of our Parliament. I'm very proud to talk about it at the international level and to say that the Republic of Moldova is an example for many other countries, members of the EU. At the same time, I'm a member of the Female MPs platform that was established recently, a platform that unites all women within the parliament, regardless of their political membership, regardless of their visions and ideology. And you have to know that indeed this platform shows solidarity, and beyond the debate that we do have on certain subjects that divide us, this platform actually joins our forces, unites us. And we do have a record number of legislative initiatives in the current parliament, both on female MPs platform and PAS, political party platform. We have promoted social inclusion, equity, gender equality, because if we speak about security, it's obvious that we cannot leave behind social security, economic security, and day-by-day security for women and girls in this country. We speak about safety at the workplace, at home, in the street. But moreover, take into consideration the war in Ukraine, a war that is just at the border. The notions of security, defense, safety, these notions have different meaning, a more solid, significant meaning. And as a society, as authorities, our role is to integrate the gender dimension through these notions and take into account these notions. If to number all legislative initiatives in the parliament, probably I would need more than 1 hour, but I will highlight just the most successful ones. If to speak about economic security and economic independence, we've managed to adopt in unanimity the law on salary, and regardless of the work done by men and women, the salaries should be equal for equal work. Yesterday we have discussed with the State Secretary from the Ministry of Economy. So she mentioned that we have 80,000 women that are not economically or who do not have a job, and it means that they are depend on their spouses. And according to statistics, when a woman is financially dependent on her spouse or partner, then domestic violence, violence against women is higher. And from my perspective, young girls, women should understand that financial independence can provide that safety and security that we all need. I can mention also those programs, flexible hour schedule programs that we have initiated in the parliament, including childcare programs, to make sure that we provide better opportunities for women that come from maternity leave and childcare leave. Of course, we have this economic empowerment program that we have been able to implement thanks to our development partners that focused on digital education, economic education. Thanks to UN partners, our solid development partners, we've managed to do those gender audits in public institutions and in private institutions. We going to launch very soon the 16th days campaign, and it means that each year we need to highlight that we have to fight to combat violence against women. We've managed to ratify the Istanbul Convention, and now the success key for it is to implement the provisions of this convention. And at the initiative of the Parliament and together with the government, civil society, development partners, we can join forces to link healthcare, justice, and education to ensure that intersectoral cooperation that we highly need as authorities, because I also have to mention that education and harmonious education means a lot, starting from secondary school. So for us, it is extremely important to have quality education, justice, healthcare, and also to promote women's rights. We will continue to support women, girls, and to establish that needed cooperation between government, parliament, presidency, and all civil society representatives to be able to improve our legal framework and to implement the Istanbul Convention framework, because this is crucial, taking into account that violence against women continues to be a national tragedy in the Republic of Moldova. Thank you very much, Mrs. German. You have mentioned these good governance indicators which are linked to the implementation of Women, Peace and Security agenda. You have talked about that transparency, the need to have these consultations with civil society to support women in need. You have highlighted those actions that somehow it seems that they are not linked to this agenda, but they are linked to it, they are part to this agenda. You have mentioned the need to invest in the economy, in justice, and all other sectors, because this agenda, it is about it. It's about women, men, it's about improving the living conditions and improving the legal framework to be able to overcome all the challenges. Thank you very much, Mrs. German. We are also very grateful to you that that you continue to be a leader in promoting women's rights and promoting the implementation of the agenda. We have here today women from defense, security sector. They need these role models to follow, to get inspired, to understand that they can advance in their career and hold management positions in the parliament, government, in civil society, and they could be a voice.
I would like to invite Dominika Stojanovska, country representative of UN Women in Moldova. Dominika, we discussed about the international commitments of Moldova, and we are members of UN. We are in our active path to the European integration. Our speakers already referred to the path to the European Union, to our commitments to UN, to different conventions. We are very interested in your opinion, based on UN Women experience in Moldova. What are the primary challenges and opportunities in advancing an WPS agenda in Moldova, in country, at the local level? We are very interested in your experience and share with us how we could do better. Please.
Thank you, Elena. Bună ziua tuturor. I'm very glad to be here, and dear esteemed fellow participants in this panel. I am cautious of time, so I will just be very succinct and maybe share the key aspects on what is the progress in Moldova that we are seeing happening, but also what are the persistent challenges and opportunities. I think what is important to be mentioned, we have seen a lot of progress in participation, in increased participation of women in the security and defense sectors in Moldova, which has been a direct consequence or result of the first National Action Plan, which was adopted. So we have now in Moldova 24% of women in the police and 22% in the army, which when talking with people from these sectors, they would say this is actually a good result compared to other countries. It's not as good as in the parliament, but I think the ambition to reach there is very good. And the efforts do not stay there, because what, and particularly here, Ministry of Internal Affairs is let's say, a leader on this. The efforts to retain women in these sectors. Moldova has gone through a major crisis in the past years, and it was very hard for employees in the Ministry of Internal Affairs, particularly when their husbands and wife working in the same ministry, be there. So the efforts to retain women was also creating alternative childcare facilities within the structure of the ministry to be able to not lose female employees who are very valued. And there are a number of efforts in capacity development, in communication strategy around this agenda, which are ongoing for the ministries, but also subordinate structures. Another success that we are seeing is actually the political commitment. We have now, Moldova has a second generation of National Action Plan. This one is a bit different also from the first one. First one was very much focused on increasing participation of women in this sector. The second generation also has aspect of meaningful participation of women in the conflict negotiation and overall localization of women, peace and security agenda, which is highly critical, particularly in this period. Other element, we are seeing establishment and very active women's association, both in security sector, in defense sector, in public prosecutor as well, and which actually helps out moving the agenda forward. But additional two things I would highlight as a big progress are the numerous community-based initiatives which are happening with population, young people, with women and men from both banks of Dniester River, around commonalities, around issues, including in security zone communities, about how to strengthen dialogue, how to strengthen social cohesion. One last, very important to highlight, the very good success and example of what Moldova did with the refugee crisis and full-scale invasion of Russia against Ukraine. What happened is that the response on the side of Moldova was not only protective towards women, but it invested into the leadership, like this humanitarian peace nexus, where we have concrete examples how it worked in Moldova, when a lot has been invested in leadership of women in the response to the crisis, both refugee women and Moldovan women in communities, to be able to prevent further escalation of potential conflicts or not even or even disputes. Now, moving to a little bit on the challenges and opportunities. Challenges, I think the geopolitical situation in the region, the war next door, overall in the world is a big challenge for this agenda, particularly because this agenda is about preventing of sexual violence in conflict. It's about including more women in leadership position. It's about prevention of conflict and more of disarmament, and we are moving towards actually the opposite. So we have to see what and how this means of moving this agenda forward and not sidelining it. We are seeing globally backlashes towards women's rights and gender equality agenda. We have seen that even in the electoral period in Moldova, what it meant also on different disinformation campaign and overall situation of false information, disinformation, slandering campaigns targeting public figure and women. So it is a challenge which persists. Still we're seeing imbalance in decision-making power in this, between women and men in these security and defense structures. The challenge, maybe a couple more, the fact that still is perceived a bit as a women's issue. Even in this room we have prevalence, with all due respect to male colleagues, and thank you for joining this panel, is still kind of perceived that women needs to fight this agenda forward, which is not exactly correct. And I think another challenge that might be interesting to discuss, particularly at this forum, is how we connect more the women, peace and security agenda with overall security strategy of this country. We need more integration of women, peace and security agenda with overall security strategy of the country. There are additional challenges with regard to conflict negotiation and settlement process and the participation of women, but I am aware of time, so maybe two opportunities. One challenge, important, funding for feminist and women's organizations. This is what we're seeing, is that from all the development assistance funding, etc., still funding to women's organizations lags behind, which leads me to the opportunities. I think one of the main opportunities for this country is actually the women's in leadership positions. So women in parliament and the 40% quota in parliament and local council does represent an opportunity to continue moving towards this agenda, including of keeping that political will in the executive with the knowledge and capacities already built in the first two generations of NAP. It's an opportunity to build now to invest in women's mediations capacities for the potential resolution of the conflict negotiation of transition conflict settlement and settlement process. That's an important opportunity to invest in women now to move this agenda forward. I think at this point, there are a number of opportunities to grasp how to bring those community-based initiatives that are already happening to continue supporting them, because they will be important to be brought from track 3 negotiations to the track 1. I'll stop. I know we're late, so maybe that will sum up.
Thank you, Dominika, very much for this exhaustive list of challenges we are facing. We will discuss with our speakers regarding the role of civil society association. Thank you for mentioning it, about funding and about the, but we really appreciate the political commitment we have. We are still young. We have the second national action plan. We still don't know very well how to include them in our security policies. That's why the role and expertise of international experts, lesson learned from other countries, are very important to transpose to Moldova. Of course, we have our specific. Of course, we need our local experts. That's why we need capacity building. And I really appreciate that it was a hard choice to join the panel on hybrid threats or women, peace and security. But yes, again, we need to understand how interconnected are these topics. And we have seen the case of Ukraine, how gender issues, stereotypes and disinformation, gender-based disinformation were used by Russian propaganda in Ukraine against women. I would like to give the floor to our distinguished speaker, Major General Maureen O'Brien, Irish Army. As we were discussing about UN resolution, we are very interested in your experience. How does promoting gender diversity within the military impact peacekeeping operation and overall military effectiveness? And as well, please refer, please refer to how the United Nations has worked to ensure women's equal and meaningful participation in peacekeeping operations. Again, challenges and maybe lesson learned or some recommendations for Moldova. Thank you.
Sure, thank you very much. And distinguished panelists and distinguished guests here today, first of all, thank you very much for the invitation to excuse me, thank you very much for the invitation to speak. I should say at the outset that I am retired from the Irish Defence Forces and I no longer work with the UN, so my views are just that, they are my views. But they are informed by my 42 years working in the Irish Defence Forces, 7 overseas deployments. The latest one was as acting force commander in Syria on the Golan Heights. And then finally, for the last 2 years, as deputy military advisor to the USG for peace operations in New York. So, because I'm no longer employed by either, I am free to speak more freely, potentially, although that never really stopped me. So, the first question you asked was about how the United Nations work to ensure women's equal and meaningful participation. In fact, the first step was to ensure that we had women at all in some of the military units. The Office of Military Affairs, in which I worked, is responsible for the planning and force generation of personnel for peacekeeping missions. Currently, we have 11 missions with 60,000 deployed personnel. And before, as I said, we have meaningful participation, we have to get people in there. Each unit that we deploy starts with an agreed, what we call statement of unit requirements, which determines what the unit should look like, its capabilities. And we insist that women are included in the peacekeeping units, so that is agreed with the troop contributing country in the first place. The TCC, troop contributing country, also understands that there is a uniformed gender parity strategy which seeks to incrementally increase the number of female peacekeepers by setting targets towards equal representation of women and men in troop contributing countries. By 2028, for example, the UN aims to have 25% female representation in contracted staff military appointments, but also the troop contributing, or the troop contingents should be 15%. Currently, as of July of this year, The staff officers is ahead of schedule, so they're 21% as opposed to 20%. But our issue is the contingent troops are behind. There's only 7% as opposed to the requirement for 10%. The main challenge is that many very large troop contributing countries have only admitted women to their forces relatively recently. And only a few have been admitted to women to infantry corps, which makes up the vast majority of the contingent troop appointments. In lots of cases, women are included in support corps, doctors, nurses, engineers, etc. So, as an incentive, we determined that staff officer appointments in a mission or a sector were determined first of all by the size of the contingent, but also considering the number of females in the unit. The track record of inclusion of women was also a consideration when selecting personnel for a new mission. Monthly gender parity reports are visible to all, and this has changed attitudes considerably, especially when one troop contributing country sees the neighbouring country being more inclusive and then arguably more effective. For the contracted appointments in UN headquarters, and there's approximately 100 filled at the moment, troop countries were informed that they must nominate 25% of women for these appointments. This has concentrated minds very much so, and hopefully it will result in the female officers being provided with access to the military professional courses and qualifications that are required. So we also have a United Nations Military Gender Advocate of the Year Award, recognising the dedication and effort of individual peacekeepers in promoting the principles within the UN Security Council Resolution 1325. This is open to men and women, and the prize is presented annually in New York by the Secretary General, so this is a very coveted prize. And actually, since 2022, all personnel, civilians and military in the UN headquarters, will be assessed on their contribution to diversity and inclusion in their annual appraisals. But I have some practical examples of challenges then. For example, when I was acting force commander in Syria, I noticed that the Indian military police unit was 100% male. This meant no sense to me. We are, all of the contingents, including their own, included women, and we need to represent and look like the community that we serve. I requested that women be included in the next rotation, and in fact they had started training military police. But most importantly, I also asked in the next rotation that there be a female officer included, and this is very important for other reasons I'll explain later. And that did come to pass. When I got to New York headquarters, again, when you become higher in appointments, you get more opportunity to change policy. So when I got to UN headquarters, I ensured that all military police units included women. This is just a sample of the work that I did. And I spoke to one particular TCC that didn't have any women, and he told me that it was not in their culture to include women. I replied that it was in the UN culture. He was being employed by the UN, and that if he couldn't provide women for his military police, that I would get a replacement for him, for the unit. And funnily enough, he complied. Another example is the requirement for each infantry battalion to have an engagement platoon, which is about 30 people, whose job was to engage with the population and support them wherever they could. Members of the platoon were included in patrols conducted by the unit. Initially, we found that some troop contributing countries used 100% women in these engagement platoon. Whereas the TCC had successfully increased the number of females in their unit, the women were now being placed in danger because in most cases they were not infantry soldiers and were unarmed. So while I was in New York, we reviewed the training syllabus and we produced a best practice handbook And these engagement platoons are now 50-50 men and women and must be armed, but most importantly, must be trained appropriately for the job. You know, it's not just a matter of simply adding women and stirring. There's a lot more work to do. Literally, we had to ensure that the accommodation provided to female personnel on the ground was appropriate. I'm of the belief, of course, that if it's not suitable for women, it's not suitable for men. TCCs were supported on the ground to ensure appropriate accommodation and ablution facilities were provided for both men and women. And when I was on the ground, I did inspect to see that this was happening. We can do so much to ensure the number of women is increased, but without gender-responsive leadership, women's voices and opinions are not heard. All force commanders, for that reason, receive gender-responsive leadership training before they are deployed. In my opinion, we need female leaders. As I said, that is required to be meaningful participants, because as leaders, you can affect change, as I found when I was in New York. As I mentioned before, there's a shortage of suitably qualified female personnel, but things are improving since the inclusion of women in some infantry corps. Also, with the UN providing different courses for females who may be excluded in their own country. So, how does promoting gender diversity within the military impact peacekeeping and operations and overall military effectiveness? I have to say that sometimes I dislike those types of questions, because after 42 years, I'm actually quite tired of talking about women's special qualities and therefore worthy of consideration for inclusion in the military force on men's terms. I don't need or want to justify my utility as a military leader. Women should not need to justify their inclusion in military organisation for military effectiveness. My point here is that we have to be very careful not to overstate women's specific utility in ensuring better operational outcomes because of our special qualities. This can lead to stereotyping of roles and essentializing women within the military. Again, not just adding women and stir, because this can have an unintended consequence of stereotyping women, as with the engagement platoon that I mentioned earlier, which was an unintended consequence. I remember the UN Declaration of Human Rights and Freedoms for all human beings. It states that everyone has the right to work, to free choice of employment. In my view, this is the first reason why military must have both men and women. Peacekeepers must be representative of the community they serve. This is a recipe for success in itself. It is a proven fact that diverse civilian organisations are more profitable if they are diverse. So there's no reason to believe that military organisations who are diverse would not be successful. Having a balanced workforce and access to diverse opinions in planning and problem solving is essential. Groupthink with a 100% male environment can be disastrous in peacekeeping, and I have many examples of that which I can talk about later. So the bottom line for me is that diversity is not only a nice idea, it is an operational imperative. Thank you.
Thank you very much. General, very inspirational. Thank you very much for your insights, especially from your large experience from UN headquarters, these challenges and stereotyping, these messages about the role of women. If you allow, we will use all these messages and continue to promote agenda in Moldova, as we still have many misunderstandings and stereotypes about the role of women, and we are still now demonstrating why women, but I think it's enough. It's already have a lot of arguments. Why do we need women and men in these security sectors? Thank you very much. I will like to give the floor to Dani de Torres, lead associate from Gender Association, to reflect on the role of civil society in promoting and implementing VPS agenda, maybe some innovative approaches have you seen in other countries? Maybe we could replicate here, as here we have many non-governmental organizations and associations of women dealing with advancing VPS agenda. And short introduction, we had a discussion with Dani regarding the agenda, and really liked and like to highlight this point that agenda is of women, peace and security is owned by civil society. The program, the National Action Plan, is given by the government to implement this agenda. Danny, do we have arguments? Why is this like this?
Thank you very much. Let me start by, of course, thanking the organizers for inviting me, PISA particularly for bringing me here, and also by commending the government of the Republic of Moldova for its efforts to implement this Women, Peace and Security agenda. Gender associations with the support of the GS Foundation implements a project, Equal Force, in support of the Ministry of Interior's efforts to integrate gender in the work of the police. We're very proud of that collaboration and look forward to continuing. So women, peace and security. Let me take a step back. I've attended, the first day and the morning of this forum, very important Moldova Security Forum, in which representatives from the Euro-Atlantic Partnership were talking about, how can they support not just the security of Moldova, but the security of Europe, including Ukraine. They were very profound discussions, very sophisticated discussions. How many times do you think a speaker proffered the words women, peace and security?
Never.
It was a question for them. Exactly. Not once. So, without wanting to be mean, I am starting to doubt of the seriousness of the commitment of the beyond the paper. I mean, do we really care? Because I tell you who cares. Autocratic governments all over the world are making #1 point of their agenda to roll back the rights of women and gender minorities. Autocratic parties all over the world are making misogyny the linchpin or the platforms, and people are voting for them. So maybe they know something that we don't, right? They care. They care. Why can't we? So this is my general castigation on women, peace and security, and again, how necessary it is to bring that. There cannot be peace and security if 50% of the population is left behind. I mean, that is a very basic principle, and that, on the 24th year of UN Resolution 1325, I have to be saying these words, is to me not very encouraging. Not very encouraging. Now, as you were saying, women, peace and security did not start with UN Resolution 1325 in the year 2000. It started in the 1990s when groups of women in civil society all over the world looked around and said, I don't like the way this looks. This is not working. Whatever we've been doing since 1945 to support the peace and security of the world is not working. We need to try something else. And so they put together an agenda, they put together this revolutionary idea that maybe the people involved in peace negotiations, the people involved in conflict prevention shouldn't be the same people who are holding the guns. Maybe we would need different voices. Maybe we would need different perspectives. And those were the perspectives that women could bring to the table. And then they presented those ideas through Namibia and with the support of Bangladesh, who was the president of the Security Council in October 2000. And UN Security Council Resolution 1325 was born, and therefore the Women, Peace and Security agenda was codified, but it was not invented. So, as you were saying, the UN doesn't own the Women, Peace and Security agenda. Your governments don't own the Women, Peace and Security agenda. Civil society does. It's yours. It is yours. What governments do is, through their endorsement of the Security Council resolutions, and particularly through the drafting of national action plans, what governments did is to make you a promise. Because that's what national action plans are. They're a promise to society that we believe these things to be right, and this is how we're going to do it. This is how we're going to implement it. Governments own national action plans, and the role of civil society is to hold governments accountable, to make sure that they deliver on the promise that they made to you. Now, to my government colleagues in the panel, I will say it's not necessarily an adversarial relationship. Being on the target of accountability efforts is not fun. I've experienced that myself many times in my professional life. It is never fun, but it is necessary. It is actually a linchpin of democracy. A democracy is not a place where people elect their government. It's a place where the government has to be accountable to the people. Okay? So it is unpleasant, but it's like going to the dentist. Nobody likes it, but on the long term, it's good for your health, right? So I think that's the most important role of civil society. The most important role of civil society is to make sure that your governments deliver on the promises that they made to you. Now, you can do that in many different ways. A very productive way that I know is a part of the experience that you're seeing in Moldova is a close collaboration in between government and civil society. In civil society, you have the expertise, you have the knowledge, you have the networks, and you have the legitimacy to make sure that the preferences and needs and priorities of women are part of the National Action Plan. So governments are wise in relying on your support to make sure that they are delivering on those plans in the correct way. But again, it's very important, that your role as civil society is not to be a delivering agency for the government. It is to hold them accountable. It is to hold a mirror to them and say, you promised this is how you're doing. And happy to help you if you need me. So anyway, I'll cut it short because I know that we're short in time, but very happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Danny, very much. Again, for inspiring civil society to be active, to ask for the government to be accountable. Unfortunately, Ms. Gerben has another meeting, and I will use the opportunity to address her question. I will come back to other speakers, sorry for speakers. I will address this in Romanian.
The subject of our discussion is the agenda Women, Peace and Security. But from the speeches that we had, we already saw how this is interconnected with us. In your opinion, how this agenda, Women, Peace and Security, has this intersectionality with the security environment, with the security of the environment, with terroristic subject or violence, economical development. So how do you see this connection in the Republic of Moldova? Or maybe you have already some concrete initiatives?
Thank you for the question. In general, the Women, Peace and Security agenda, gender equality, are crucial for an authentic democracy, for a true country security, or there are factors that indicate what kind of things would highlight the fact that the country is exposed to a war. And these factors are not economy, religion, or politics, but these factors are the respect towards women and how women are treated in those societies. If, for example, we take a look at those countries that were war aggressors started wars, and if we assess the situation of women from those countries, then the picture is clear. In my opinion, the inclusion and women should be integrated, engaged in all decision-making processes at local, national level, regardless whether these are women from small communities, bigger communities, women from civil society, female entrepreneurs. Doesn't matter. They should be engaged. This women's solidarity will help us to achieve great results. Because indeed, we represent here women from government, parliament, and based on the global gender index, Moldova ranks 19th from 106 out of 106 countries. It doesn't mean that over the night we got rid of misogyny, that we got rid of bad treatment towards women. It doesn't mean that we countered hate speech that is present in economic field, political field, and so on. No. It means that we have to make efforts day by day. We have to engage men, even though there are not so many in this room. And my call to men is the following one. You are role models of how we can encourage and support women. Because those double quotas that we implemented, they brought us good results, and now we do have professional women in local public authorities. We do have even more female mayors that achieve great results at local level. But if we hadn't encouraged and appreciate the value of each woman in the country, then it would have been very difficult for us to counter all these prejudices. We still have this patriarchal society, but beyond this, I always remember the presidential elections in 2020, in 2024, when, despite everything, people said that they are ready to have a woman to lead the country, and it means that the Republic of Moldova indeed has a female leader who is brave, who leads the country, and has all the chances to succeed, especially on gender equality aspects. Especially, Dominika mentioned it, we have encountered a lot of crises, humanitarian, economic, social, and energy crisis, but we've managed to overcome them, especially thanks to the women leadership and thanks to women being in management positions. Thank you very much, Mrs. German. Indeed, we do need this interconnection, this cooperation to advance women's rights, human rights, to have this equity and fairness in our society, and to combat discrimination. Thank you very much for showing this leadership when managing the crisis and leading our country. And I also have a question to Mrs. State Secretary from the Ministry of Economic Development, and I want to understand how these things are interconnected with the economy, with the market, how these policies take into account these aspects when we speak about economic development, technological development, and so on. I don't know whether it's working. Yes, you can hear me. Thank you very much to all organizers to inviting me to this forum. Indeed, today our agenda is focused on EU integration, and we know what are the benefits, advantages of being part of EU. We see how EU citizens benefit from all these things, and we want to advance in this regard. As you have mentioned, and my previous speakers presented as well, this security subject is not just a topic or a priority for one ministry, like Ministry of Internal Affairs and so on, as well as the environment topics and challenges do not represent a problem only for the Ministry of Environment and so on. The same goes for gender equality. It is a responsibility for all inline ministries. And it's great that at this forum we have the possibility to speak about economic developments, on labor market, security market, and so on. I will try to be very brief because I have too many insights. I'm also very nervous. I will speak about the opportunities that are now available for women empowerment. These opportunities will impact the violence. It will decrease the violence against women. The Ministry of Labor and Social Protection focuses very much on this aspect. On the other hand, our ministry, we do focus more on economic empowerment of women because we want to provide a better living conditions for women. We have to speak about these benefits, and we also have to highlight how these initiatives can actually change significantly our life. Within different ministries, we have women in management positions, and thanks to them, we have an increased number of women participating in different negotiations, discussions, and so on. I was honored to participate in that exercise when we developed the defense strategy of the Republic of Moldova that was approved this year, and together with my colleagues, we've managed, maybe it's not the right word to say we've managed, but the thing is that we included some provisions of the resolution that we are talking about, and I'm pretty much sure that these provisions will have a direct impact on our society. I also want to say that EU countries now understand and put as a priority, put the security as a priority. It means that they need to increase the budget for security sector. It means that they will be able to provide more opportunities for women who are entrepreneurs, who have some businesses that are connected to the security sector. And one aspect is the R&D area, cybersecurity sector. These are areas where you shouldn't be like physically strong, but you have to be intelligent, and we have to use these opportunities to make sure that more women are involved in these areas to have better impacts. Again, in Europe, people talk about just transition, green transition. I must say that yesterday I have a assessed what kind of activities are done in this sector, and I've noticed that a lot of women are researchers and contribute to this sector, and that's just great to see so many women there. Some lessons learned for us is that we shouldn't miss these opportunities. Women in the Republic of Moldova will be proactive, and from our perspective, it would be fair to make sure that this participation provides needed conditions and facilities to make sure that women and men contribute significantly to the development of our country. But we all want to have a prosperous and sustainable country. Thank you very much, Veronica. In a couple of minutes, you've managed to tell us about different links that this agenda has with different sectors, and also to highlight the fact that we do need the support of the Ministry of Economic Development to be able to implement the agenda. And I'm very happy that you participate in the decision-making process within the ministry, and you can support and sustain the security policies. I know that we are restrained in time, but I'm very happy that we have such a diverse panel, and we have our colleague Semina from Romania, and we are very curious to know what were the steps taken by Romania to implement this agenda. Could you share some practices with us, and could you also refer to NATO and EU policies? Because as far as you know, here in the Republic of Moldova, we are very active on this integration process. We cooperate strongly with NATO, so we would like to know your opinion in this regard. Thank you very much. I'm Semina Tulbure. I'm the first female MP in the Romanian parliament that represents diaspora. We needed a lot of time to achieve it.
I've taken mental notes, and I'm hoping to reconnect afterwards. Your experience is much needed in every single country, irrespective whether they're, you know, in the EU or NATO or not. I think it's been very well said, everything you contributed to the panel. În România avem și bune practici.
In Romania, we do have good practices, but also bad models. Good practices are mainly referred to those applied in the government, and you should know that the Women, Peace and Security agenda is implemented by the Ministry of Defense. I know that there are other countries that give this responsibility to other ministries, but in our country it's the Ministry of Defense. In Romania, we co-chair together with U.S. partners and Romania organized a forum on this topic that allowed us to learn best practices from different countries, and it's good that at this event we have experts from different countries to learn from each other. The ministry works with a lot of partners, including civil society, because it brings these white paper suggestions, recommendations, and in Romania, the civil society is very engaged. It's very active in the political area because it has good cooperation with the parliament. Of course, the Ministry of half of our ambassadors are women, and the Ministry of External Affairs is very much involved in this case. I'm very happy that more women are involved in our external policy. In the Ministry of Defense, we do have a lot of women in the management position, and I'm very happy that women got involved in foreign policy and defense sector.
But we have some challenges at the political level. Only 17% of our MPs are women. As I said, I'm the first female MP that represents diaspora. Unfortunately, there are other sectors that are not represented by women, and probably Romania in this regard could take good practices from Moldova, because you have these gender quotas that you implemented. So I would say that if the political parties will welcome more women, then we will be able to achieve these results. At the political level, at the diplomatic level, the women, peace and security agenda should be integrated more. I have tried to bring this agenda by cooperating with embassies in our country, especially cooperating strongly with the US Embassy. We worked a lot on human trafficking aspect, because this is a huge issue. And through this perspective, I tried to bring in things through women's perspective. When the war started, Romania ended up to be in a very vulnerable situation, and we had to deal with the problems at the borderline, and women got engaged in all that response activities. And I was very proud to see that Romania supported Ukraine and managed the refugee crisis. I know that we are restrained in time, but I want to highlight several ideas that could be applied by the Republic of Moldova. Moldova could play a key role in the implementation of this agenda, especially taking into account that you have a very sensitive issue with Transnistria. I think women can bring an additional value in these negotiations with Transnistria. And I also want to highlight that there is a need for this leadership Black Sea hub, and we need to organize forums in this region to see how women can manage different crises, because we have experience in this regard. We've managed so many crises, refugee, energy crisis, and so on. You also have mentioned about hybrid war. Indeed, this war worsened the situation of women in our region, because the online violence increased. The war affected a lot us, because in this regard we need a new strategy to be able to deal with all this. And I think that this agenda could help us to combat also the online threats. Women can be and should be engaged in all these negotiation discussions, and the Republic of Moldova can be the best example of the implementation of this agenda. It would be great to have an academy of women, peace and security agenda here in the Republic of Moldova, and we could build a strategic alliance in this regard. Romania had the strategic action plan for 2022-2023, but after the elections, we will need to update and amend it. And one more, we need a feminist external policy, as it is seen at the EU level. We have the European External Service that adopted the Women, Peace and Security policy. We have women in high management position. We have Mrs. von der Leyen, Mrs. Descartes, and we also have Mrs. Kaja Kallas, the representative of the external policy and security. We do have women in high positions at the EU level, and we should think of a strategy how
through their help, we could implement this agenda better. Thank you. Thank you very much, Semina. Thank you that you have talked about this external policy, diplomacy. It is extremely important. I have many questions for our speakers, but I also want to refer to our audience in case you have certain questions, comments. The floor is yours. Yes, please. Could you please introduce yourself?
I'm Alexandru Stratulat from UN. I have two connected questions, one to Dominica and one to Major General. One is, you mentioned the need to involve men to advocate for women's participation, he for she initiatives. From your experience, what worked and what could have worked better in the Republic of Moldova? And to Major General, from your experience as force commander, what actions or measures besides coercive measures that you are contracted by UN and you have to do it, convinced other contributing forces to increase the women participation in the force? Thank you.
Thank you. Do we respond or we can take more questions?
Do we have more questions? Mai avem întrebări? I think we can take more questions and yes, please.
Thank you very much. I would have a question also for Madam Country Director. So in the case of the Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus, the auto-proclaimed republic, recently the two sides, the officially recognized Republic of Cyprus and the secessionist region, have organized together the local conference on youth, which is a part of the UN Climate Change Conference series for young people. And this has been a really good model of how such an emergent, problematic topic can reunite people from across the aisle, from both sides of the aisle, around a very relevant issue. In the case of Transnistria, we also know that environmental issues, but also gender-related issues might play a very relevant role in this equation. Do you think that this scenario could be applied in this case as well? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have another questions. Please, we'll take the third question and please.
Good afternoon. My name is Avgustina Libekova. I'm representing the Association of Young Diplomats from Moldova. So I have a question for Ms. Dominica. So in Moldova, many women, particularly those with young children, face significant barriers in economic participation. According to UNFPA, 9 out of 10 women with children aged from 0 to 3 are unemployed, and only 39.1% from children aged from 0 to 6 are employed, compared to the 59.9% of women without children. These challenges are even greater for rural women and those from marginalized groups, limiting their ability to contribute to peace building and broader social roles. So with this in mind, my question is, what strategies does UN Women employ to ensure that the Women, Peace and Security agenda is inclusive for marginalized groups such as rural women and women from minority communities in Moldova? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, Dominica, we'll start with you. Okay, please, General, please.
So, thank you for the question. The question was basically, were there any non-coercive measures that the UN could use? I think, first of all, example is a very important thing. Even just having me, or me being a force commander, was an example to all the troops in UNDOF, into their leaders as well. And when we had visitors from their TCCs coming, they saw that they could be led by a woman. And I think what they saw as well is perhaps a different way of leading. We had a COVID crisis team, and I insisted that all the members of the team tell me their opinion on issues that we were addressing. So they were from different nationalities, 42 different nationalities. And then they couldn't understand, in some cases, how I was opening this up to discussion rather than telling them what to do. I was more empowering them. And that was remarked upon subsequently. And I know those people will bring that home, that there are different styles of leadership. And if you have all men, and not always, you're going to have one style of leadership. But I think the presence of women also allows those men who don't conform to the norm to have an opportunity to speak as themselves, not be controlled by the male-dominated role. Also, meeting senior officers from the different TCs in New York and impressing upon them the importance of having women. And I know it's kind of coercive, but when their neighbours are developing roles for women in infantry and in all other roles, they see that they're being left behind. And that has really, they did really pay attention to that. And once they get that into their minds, they then see the utility of having diverse people working for them. Sometimes they're afraid of women taking the power. Sometimes they're afraid of they might be shown up as not as smart as they think they are. But I think once they work as a team and see how it can assist them in their rise to more power, more senior ranks, they become very interested. I think of a few more we might discuss later.
Right. All right. So more of the same line. Yes, I think there was a moment when He for She was a very good campaign, and we saw so many men joining it. And then it kind of ended up, it didn't end it up, but the momentum was in a way gone. So this approach of having men as role models, as a role model that will inspire more men to join, apparently is not working enough. So I do believe that the strategy also should change. We still have issue that gender equality is perceived as a women's issue, and we're not seeing men coming in. One way was really to approach and see if we can have role models of men to speak about that. We should not only bring men to discussion of perception of this as a women's issue, but we have to change totally the perception. Gender equality is about countries' development overall, from economic, from peace and security. So the narrative needs to be progressively shifted, but we are kind of fighting against the big negative narratives which are happening, and we see the impact of that, which comes with the big backlashes. And against those, we have movements which are, feminist movements, which are struggling to get their point. So I think the more we see equality of decision-making power and the women coming into the male sectors and talking about more of a man's responsibilities on those sectors which are feminized, here you would hear a lot about place of women in the kitchen, what women are complaining about. Perception of place of women in the kitchen, taking care of a family, men is totally out of that. So the narrative and the shifting of men's responsibility on the aspect of the family is also important. So the whole, I think we are dealing with totally shifting how we discuss about what is gender equality about. Still we have to go back to that and have the discussion with perception of men, how they see it. I think we missed something along the way. And it's not women to be blamed, let's be clear about it. I'm not blaming women on that. I'm blaming both women and men on this, because we need, those who do not believe in and who are not misogynist need to come more forward and discuss how we do about that, because we know what it means. Gender inequalities, it's lost for the whole society, and we are ending up into big gaps, disbalances, etc. So more to tell, but maybe in another occasion, because I'm aware of time and I have 2 more questions. So absolutely yes, on the we have actually in Moldova a youth peace building network and a newly created Women's Advisory Board on Peace Building, which comprises both young and women from both sides of Nistru River, who are more and many more initiatives around topics which would bring in more support to initiative around dialogue, fostering dialogue, social cohesion. So number of initiatives which are around sports initiatives, around culture, around language, around areas that are common to and challenges which with people from both sides. For women was also the aspect on economic independence. So there are many initiatives which are moving, and I must say that in the past 2 years, Moldova has been the convener country for women's peace builders and youth peace builders from the region. We had 2 consecutive conferences for exactly this topic, coming from countries like we had together Ukraine, Georgia, Armenia, Azerbaijan, and Moldova. And I think it will be also important to involve more Romania in this. And this is an important potential for Moldova to have this central role in this context of this geopolitical context here. So absolutely, yes, fully in agreement with you. And there are a number of initiatives that, and also my colleagues are here, can tell you about what actually happened, a number of those initiatives that I don't have time to share with, but they're more at community-based, a more dialogue and a more getting together of people from both sides on this river who are actually discussing, including media. Yesterday we had an event with media, and stories that they elaborated together and challenges that they were discussing about what are the differences media representatives are facing on both sides. On your question, thank you. You're very well informed on the statistics and very important question. How we deal. The priority of UN Women in this country are around 4 areas. The women's leadership and governance, because if we don't have more women in decision-making power and we don't support change of policy making and to have more gender-responsive governance, we can have a limited progress towards. So one of that area is what we do. On the peace and security, what you mentioned, and economic independence. So there is because of the increased evidence that we have around the main barrier. I can even quote, in 2019, we supported the study on what are the main barriers of women in Moldova to enter the labor market, and it was actually lack of childcare facilities, one of the biggest one, even for women business owners. So there is more effort and investment into expanding childcare facilities. Of course, this comes as a cost, and it cannot be done overnight, but it is a political priority of the government, and there is investment around that, including they amended even the legislation allowing alternative childcare facilities at the workplace of parents, which is also a big step ahead. For women in rural communities, this is a challenge, but I can tell you, just quote one example when it's connected to also social cohesion and reconciliation. We had an initiative, for example, of 2 communities in the security zones from both sides of Dniester River that actually were women who got together, and the fact that they didn't have any facility for their children, through projects that we were supporting on women, peace and security and humanitarian response, they got together actually on creating a space which is for children and mothers from both sides. So these communities had created their working spot where women are joining for different trainings, and they have a space where kids are taken care of. And these are women who are in communities belonging from the both sides. So this is in a way one example, but there are a number of things. What we do is, besides of supporting that expansion of childcare facilities, and we support a number of those, at the same time we are supporting several programs for business development, meaning pre-accelerators, accelerators programs for women, particularly also including most excluded groups, and moving towards also tailored interventions for women who are in rural areas, women who are in difficult situation, to see how to support them to enter the labor market. So the approach is to see if we support any way childcare facilities or alternative childcare facilities that is combined with business development programs or opportunities for employment, through what also the government is currently supporting. So there are a number of initiatives. I will stop, but I am still around if you have more questions.
Thank you, Dominika, very much. I'm really sorry that we are running out of the time. 30 seconds for each speaker as a conclusion, answering to the question, how would look like the VPS agenda, integrated and successful VPS agenda in practice? Some indicators.
Well, there's the expression that we'll achieve gender equality when a mediocre woman can go as far as a mediocre man. I think that's a good measurement. But in principle, you know, from the security perspective, I would say when women in a community feel maybe not safe, but that their concerns are part of the discussion around security, how to provide it, what resources to use, etc.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I would like just to answer by continuing the question, and it's about the paradigm that we should keep in mind here is that we should think globally, but we should act locally. And it's about bringing in not like strategical, very sophisticated mechanism, but it's about soft power, it's about shift of the mentality in order, as exactly mentioned, and parliamentary representatives. The idea here would be that obviously we should work from the start, from the education, where in sports and so on, there should not be any difference. And secondary is when we will speak about more security and defense, and it's exactly about conditions. The good conditions for men are the good conditions for women, and vice versa. It does not matter anything about gender. At the same time, the activity is a little bit different. So in security and defense, and in the very, very important education and science, there should be facilities. And we were discussing during coffee break. I never saw in Moldova in a library a place for kids. Even just try to go to a national law library with your kid, and you will see that it would be impossible to do anything there. So we should think about the facilities. We are talking about mindset, we are talking about paradigm shift, but how to do it? So it's about science and education, and from here we should start. Yes, indeed, at your office job, we had already a good experience during where at the police, our colleagues created a place for the kids to come to the office with the kid. But at the same time, we should somehow enhance the education and science here. And the matter of having a kid should not be a challenge. So here also we should keep in mind that it should be as more as possible, and for me, I'm taking care of the education and sports and so on with my wife and our kid, and I'm proud of it. So it should not be any difference of that one should do because of gender. So everybody should do what he can do and the best he can do, and obviously the support in the family, it's also about education. So indeed, this was what I wanted also to jump in. Not only the infrastructure facilitation, but we should keep in mind the education and the science.
Thank you very much.
Access to it.
Thank you for this strong message. It's important to come from a man. Dominika, please.
Well, I agree, and I will not repeat what was said. So I would say, when I would hear that women, peace, and security agenda, and I see that it's integrated in the so-called hard security and defense issues fully, like we had on the first panel, and the important strategies around that, and also when gender issues are fully included in the agenda of the transition settlement process, because at the moment there are not. And although the process is not ongoing, it will start at some point, and that means that we need to really integrate all those issues which are relevant to men and women in communities, all population in communities, in the working group discussions. That's
Thank you. General, please.
Yeah, I suppose that I'd be a bit more idealistic. I think it will be successful if peace and security are no longer a gendered matter.
Thank you. Simina?
Clearly more women in political participation, whether that means women in leadership positions in political parties. Like I did in my political party in Reforme, we have a gender quota because we could see that at national level the gender quota was not approved, so we included it in our political party. So women in leadership positions. One key word, I think it's women's mainstreaming, so gender mainstreaming, and one of the five principles of gender mainstreaming is equal access of women and men. So we don't have equal access of women and men at the moment in society. And we don't have a gender-sensitive language either. So how do you apply the women, peace and security if women are still considered a vulnerable group? We're not a vulnerable group. We are more than half of the population in most societies. So when I think the rest of the world will realize the fact that women are not, just the vulnerable group, then women, peace and security agenda will be very well implemented. And when a country like Romania only has 17% women in the parliament, we can't expect to have legislative reforms in this perspective. So more women in political world, more women at the decision table.
Thank you very much. And this positive, we'd like to thank our distinguished speakers. Yes, we have a lot to discuss, but we have more to work on. We realize that Agenda Women, Peace and Security is for women, men, boys and girls. It's about our security. It's about the indicator of good governance. It's about inclusion, equity and equality, and we need to work together. As you have seen, representatives of our panel, decision makers, parliamentaries, international organizations, civil society, experts, citizens, because the security services are for our citizens, for women and men. We need to hear their voice to take into account. We need to have women and men at the table of where the decisions are taken, and we can do all this only together. We have a lot to work on our education, on our perceptions, on our understanding, on changing our mentality, and I invite you to be ambassadors of the Agenda Women, Peace and Security and to work together. And thus we are, thank you once again for participating at this panel organized by our organization, Platform for Security and Defense Initiatives. Please follow us on our websites for more information about Agenda Women, Peace and Security. Thank you very much.
I think for this reason, effective crisis management has become a critical area of concern for almost all societies and for all governments, despite their ideology, despite their foreign policy preferences. And I think that in contrast with other topics that have been discussed yesterday and today, effective crisis management does not present a big strategic dilemma. There are not big alternative political choices or different paths of development that can be chosen. We are all forced to develop crisis management in the best and the most effective way. For Moldova now, this need is especially pressing. The country faces unique challenges because of its geographic position, because of its geopolitical vulnerabilities and limited resources. And we have all seen how in recent years, this small country with a big heart has courageously crossed through overlapping crises, diverse crises, but proving its determination to thrive and to adapt. Our panel brings together, as you have seen in the agenda and now here on the screen, a remarkable group of speakers with diverse expertise and diverse perspectives. I really hope that they will all help us better understand this ongoing adaptation of Moldova crisis management system. We will look together to see how institutional development, how European integration, how democratic governance are all essential components of strengthening Moldova's crisis management system and overall resilience. So let's dive into this conversation and listen into the insights that our panelists have to share with us. I will start with Mr. Alexandru Oprea. Alexandru Oprea este șeful Inspectoratului General pentru
Alexandru Oprea is the head of the General Inspectorate for Emergency Situations in the Republic of Moldova. In this position, he has the responsibility to coordinate the prevention and the management situation to be able to protect the citizens and to protect the assets in case of natural disasters. The General Inspectorate for Emergency Situations is the crucial institution of the civil protection system in the Republic of Moldova. The first question to you is the following one. Do you think that the Republic of Moldova focuses enough on managing the crisis, and how do you see the role of your inspectorate in improving the protection, the civil protection system in the Republic of Moldova? Good afternoon. Thank you very much for this question. In general, before answering to this question, I want to make a comment. We do live in this region in southeastern Europe. We are not very much different if we speak about the profile of disasters that are experienced by countries in other regions. If to look at the statistics, then we can see that for the past 3 decades, we see an intensity and an increase of climate crisis, natural disasters, and this trend increased a lot in the past 15 years, and this trend is seen in all countries in the region. But let's get back to your subject of social protection. This notion of social protection is not an outdated or an old notion. This term is used for more than 100 years, but the meaning of this notion is very, very old. It dates since ancient times, when people in those ancient times wanted to overcome the challenges like. But now we deal with other challenges like hybrid wars, hot wars. Now let's think what the lack of energy would mean for us, or the lack of phones. What would that mean for us? A lot of services, essential services that are provided to the society, would be disrupted. By the way, if you remember, we have experienced it when 2 years ago we experienced the blackout. These type of events due to the war in Ukraine. Today we see how the aggressor in Ukraine targets this infrastructure to make the population more vulnerable. We are somehow used to the fact that the technology is developing in our era and provides this daily comfort that we feel, and we live in this comfort, right? At the same time, we depend on this comfort, and it brings certain risks. And each country needs to assess and manage these risks. And by the way, the humanity tried to manage different risks that had faced, and I'm pretty much sure that our country needs to assess these risks and adjust to these risks, because once we become more digitalized, we will be more dependent on all these digital processes, and it will lead different risks that we will have to know and we will have to manage. At the same time, that we need to answer to this question: what can we do, this modern society and we modern citizens, what can we do to be able to tackle all these challenges? Take into account that we used to be part of the Soviet Union, we have this legacy, so our system is somehow linked to that simplistic Soviet system, like it was a system that had to respond to crises that emerge. Now, take into account that we cooperate more with European countries, we started to develop our institutional capacities and national capacities to remodel this concept, this system, to make it more modern, that responds to current needs. As an example, I can tell you that 2 years ago, the government for the first time approved a policy framework linked to the management of emergency crisis. It was the first document that our country signed and endorsed since its independence, and recently, together with our colleagues from the Ministry of Environment, we have drafted the first version of a national strategy that will address the crisis management issues. It's a document according to SNDI standards, and through this remodeling we will try to build a sustainable system of multiple layers to make sure that everyone who is involved in this system is fully engaged, and this system can be very well coordinated at regional, national level. And another aspect that I have to mention, somehow it sounds good that we will change the legal framework, we will have new procedures and so on, but what will be the results? And I want to highlight several results. First of all, in our legal framework, for the first time, we will have this term like disasters risks. We didn't use this term for now. We have to be able to assess these type of risks. We have to know how we can counter and manage these type of risks. Another aspect, in these documents, we focused on public
alert system. We have talked about it for so many years, but now we started to implement this process. And by the way, in a couple of weeks, we will receive the results of a feasibility study, and we will be able to draft the concept for this system. And another aspect included in those documents is the following one. The Republic of Moldova is part of the civil protection system, is a full member since January this year, and it means that we not only have the cooperation with the EU countries on civil protection aspects, but we fully engage in this process. Thank you. Thank you as well. Thank you very much that you highlighted these positive trends on strategic level, conceptual level, and it's good that the Republic of Moldova is not only a partner in all these regional European partnerships and systems, but it also a member that brings something in. And now I want to give the floor to Mr. Valentin Ciocla, the head of Inspectorate for Operational Management within the Ministry of Internal Affairs. He coordinates the supervision and control actions in crisis management system. He has a broad experience in risk assessment, and my question to you is the following one. What are the main challenges that you are facing in your work when we speak about the crisis management system? How do you prioritize, how do you identify the priority to attenuate the risks, and how do you make sure that you face all the challenges? First of all, thank you for the invitation, and I want to congratulate the organizers for this event. These type of events should be organized frequently, more often, to raise the awareness concerning the risks and dangers that we can face. We have to understand that a crisis management system is crucial. It's crucial to be monitored, to understand what's the attitude of citizens towards this system, also to understand what kind of resources are brought in to this system. If a risk is not monitored, then this risk is transformed into a crisis. Therefore, it's much easier to prevent certain risks than to solve them. If to speak about the institution that I represent, for us it was very challenging when we started to develop that risks register at the national level. And we started from the fact that for the past 33 years of independence, we have faced 24 crises that have impacted a lot the Republic of Moldova. And this fact determined us to identify and prioritize these risks. And based on those assessments that we have made and based on the recommendations that we have received, we managed to develop contingency plans to tackle these risks. For the past years, taking into account all these crises that we have faced, we've noticed that all these crises somehow emerge by themselves. But when we assessed them, we've noticed that these crises actually were provoked by the regional aggressor. But we didn't pay attention, or we didn't notice it right away. Or it wasn't obvious right away. If we get back, recently, the main narrative that was
presented was this disinformation and propaganda that state authorities are not competent, are not able to tackle all these crises, or they did not respond fairly, correctly. But I must say, actually, all those measures that were taken since the war started, all those measures were included in a contingency plan that my institution developed together with other public authorities at the national level. In that contingency plan, we have stipulated clearly what kind of measures shall be taken, what kind of needed resources shall be provided, and each stakeholder knew what they need to do. In general, everything that we try to do within our institution is to identify risks, evaluate them, and manage them. An important thing for us is to make sure that more people know how these risks shall be managed, because in our institution we have this motto of Julius Caesar: the victory depends on the strengths and capacities of the entire league. For the past years, we understood what are the legal gaps that we still have and impact negatively our crisis management system. And in all legal bills, acts that shall be amended, including the cooperation and action plans that we have with the EU and NATO. In all those documents, we included the resilience measures, the strengthening of the system measures to be implemented, and we have recently developed a draft document to be able to have a unified approach when it comes to the management of crisis. Based on the resources that we have, we realized that we need to have a unified crisis management system, and the role of each institution shall be clearly described in that document. To conclude, I want to highlight that we will continue to promote a positive image of our institution among our public, for our citizens to understand that we do have people who assess, evaluate all these risks, and for us it is extremely important for our people to understand that they also can play a key role in the management of this crisis. And we want to have a different philosophy and a different approach in terms of the crisis management. We want to do in such a way to make sure that each citizen has a responsibility. Each citizen should understand that they have to be resilient, have to be responsible for their community, family, to survive towards the risks or crises that they are facing. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Choklia. It's indeed important to know that strong, efficient measures are taken when it comes to explain to each institution what their role are, to make sure that you manage disasters and crises efficiently. It's good to know that at the moment you work on building this unified crisis management system. Thank you very much for highlighting the fact that everyone should have a general perception of how citizens could be engaged in tackling this crisis. And thank you for highlighting the fact that you want to transform this philosophy and change the attitudes among the public. I personally think that it's good that the Republic of Moldova is a full member of the European protection system, and I think it brings a lot of benefits.
Indeed, as a new participating state in the EU civil protection mechanism, is transitioning from a reactive disaster response approach to a proactive crisis management strategy. And this shift emphasizes the importance of developing comprehensive risk assessments, improving prevention and preparedness measures, and investing in robust monitoring systems to anticipate and mitigate crises. Mr. Juha Auvinen is our next contributor in the panel, and I salute him and welcome him to Chisinau. Mr. Juha Auvinen is head of unit in the Directorate General for European Civil Protection and Humanitarian Aid Operations, DJ ECHO, at the European Commission. Can you please tell us and develop maybe a little bit for us, what are the opportunities for Moldova of getting this new status, of this recent integration into the EU civil protection mechanism?
Thank you very much, Theodora, and thanks for organizing this forum, which I think is very timely and relevant. And maybe just to tell one thing about myself, so I represent the European Commission, so we are an important partner for the Disaster Management Agency here in Moldova. But I have actually two hats. My first hat is humanitarian aid hat. So the EU has provided now 76 million of humanitarian assistance to Ukrainian refugees in Moldova, but also to the Moldovan host families. So that's one activity. We work through our humanitarian partners, and we are still very active in doing that. But my second hat is the civil protection hat, and that's basically related to coordination with the Eastern neighborhood countries' activities in the framework of the EU civil protection mechanism. And as Mr. Oprea explained, on the 1st of January this year, Moldova actually joined the European civil protection mechanism. So it's a major step, and it indeed provides some opportunities that I think Moldova should take advantage of. Maybe just one word. I mean, even at the EU level, disaster management is a national competence. So it's not an EU competence. So what the EU can do is to support with resources, with capacity building. So that's essentially what we are doing. I would like to mention three aspects, sort of, which would provide the opportunities for Moldova to benefit from the EU civil protection mechanism. So one is resource sharing and technical assistance that can be provided in the framework of the mechanism. So this means resources, disaster management resources that can be put at the disposal of any country that is suffering from a disaster that hits the country and that overwhelms its capacities to react. And we know that Moldova is a country that is very vulnerable to natural disasters. We've seen the recent studies, so Moldova is high up there. So it's about providing specialized equipment, personnel, and logistical support. And at the EU level, we have capacities, so-called RESC-EU capacities, which can be deployed at the European level to support countries in natural disasters and also other kinds of disasters. So this can mean, for example, firefighting aircrafts. It can mean medical teams that can be sent from Europe to support the country. So this is basically to say that the response capacities of Moldova can be very concretely boosted by providing assistance at the European level. And there's a possibility also for Moldova to receive funding to develop these assets, different civil protection modules that the EU can help develop in Moldova. So that's the first point, resource sharing and technical assistance. Second point, there is a possibility for Moldova to benefit from EU funding for capacity building in the area of disaster risk reduction. So there are different possibilities of doing that. I will not go into detail on that. In addition to that, we have a knowledge network, what we call a knowledge network at the level of the Union Civil Protection Mechanism, with a lot of data, a lot of scientific data, disaster data over a number of years. So basically tapping into this knowledge network will help Moldova to develop evidence-based policies to prepare for disasters. And in this vein, one of the important strands of work is really to try to support Moldova in aligning its policies, in aligning its legislation also to the standards that exist at the European level. So this has two aspects. One aspect is that it's part of the country's European perspective. So that's the sort of macro perspective. But there's a micro perspective as well. So when we need to face disasters together, it is important that we use the same terminology. So I mean, if in very operational terms, we could call it interoperability. So when we are facing disasters at the same time working in cooperation with other countries, it is important that our systems are compatible and can work together. So that was about funding and expertise for capacity building. And then one final point, also a very concrete point, membership of Moldova in the UCPM enables the country to participate in trainings for personnel, in exercises. We organize these on a regular basis, modules exercises where civil protection modules from different countries work together in the field. Just give you an example that you have an exercise on an earthquake situation. So you might have an urban search and rescue team working together with the medical module, and these modules might come from different countries. So that's one example. Moldova also has a possibility to participate in workshops, another knowledge exchange initiatives. I mean, this is to say that it's about sharing of information. It's about sharing of best practices, so that not only in Moldova but also in other countries, the disaster management capacity, preparedness, prevention capabilities are boosted, and basically at two levels. One is at the national level, but the other one is also at the regional levels, because as we say, disasters don't know borders. So sometimes countries need to work together to face crises together, and this is an important objective of the EU Civil Protection Mechanism. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So Moldova has gained access to resources, important resources. That's what I kept in mind. And these resources can be very diverse, from specialized equipment to personnel to funding, knowledge and training, which are so important. I think there is help that Moldova receives from the EU, but also from other partners for developing this interoperability and developing also at the normative level, at conceptual level, terminology, legal or normative frameworks. And maybe this is the moment to say that we DCAF, that's why I think we have been invited by the organizers to host this panel, because we are implementing in Moldova a comprehensive program of supporting security sector governance, but starting this summer with the encouragement and the support of the Swedish embassy, who is also funding our program, we are enlarging and strengthening a lot our support for crisis management through a partnership with the Swedish Civil Contingency Agency, who is providing direct bilateral support to the General Inspectorate and to the Operational Management Inspectorate in the Ministry of Interior to develop this interoperability with the EU mechanism. I will maybe invite as the next speaker Frank Bracco, who is representing another program which I think supports in a very important way Moldovan capacities and local expertise. Frank Bracco is country director in Tony Blair Institute for Global Change. And my question for you would be, how important are whole government approaches in effective crisis management? Please share with us your experience with Moldova counterparts on this.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the organizers as well for the forum. We're also proud to be a partner with both the organizers and with the Moldovan government on their efforts to increase their peace and security capacities. I think quite simply, the benefits of whole of government are really about the complexity of the risk that we face today. Right? We heard upstairs before this in the first panel around hybrid threats. We've seen, as mentioned by my panelist friends here from IGSU, the increasing natural risk that we face as well. And the reality is the expertise, the resources, and the access to networks doesn't sit anymore with the traditional security and defense apparatus. It's dispersed throughout the whole of government. And we've seen that change occurring globally since the 90s. And you can really look back to some of the security failures from the late 90s and the early 2000s, particularly with September 11th, with Katrina, and more recently with Fukushima in Japan. All of those would have benefited from a more joined up effort earlier in the process of managing both crises, but also in risk monitoring and risk preparation. We heard Stanislav Sekero, the president's advisor for national security and defense, mention that autocracies have faster cycles to decision making. But I would add a corollary to that, which is those systems are also subject to groupthink and blind spots at a much greater rate than democracies. And this whole of government approach is really what allows us to reduce the risk of groupthink and blind spots. We're able to think across different mindsets, across different perspectives, and across different experiences to understand how we can better respond to risk, better prepare for risk, better mitigate risk, and when the time comes, God forbid, be able to actually deal with the crisis that arises. And at the end of the day, a whole of government approach is really about being able to build trust between those different actors that have the expertise, that have the resources, and that have the access. That trust you want in advance of the crisis. That trust you want to be able to know who you call at 2 o'clock in the morning when the flood occurs in the north, as we saw earlier this year. It's to know how we respond to an attack on the energy grid, as we saw with IGSU and the Ministry of Energy being able to respond to this in the early days of the Ukrainian invasion. Those type of abilities to respond only occur when we build that trust through a whole of governance approach. And I think more importantly, to perhaps segue to one of our other speakers, you can't have a whole of society approach, which we've heard emphasized throughout yesterday and today. You can't have that if you do not have a whole of government approach. Who does society interact with if we're not unified in our approach as government to a crisis, to a risk? So Dr. Natalia, I think, will also be able to highlight a bit more the benefits of whole society, but I'll leave it there and hand it back over to Teodora.
Thank you very much, Frank. We at DCAF, we really believe that adopting this kind of forward-looking, integrated approach to crisis management enhances indeed the capacity to rapidly respond to risks and to disasters, but we also believe that it strengthens the capacity of the country to define governance-focused solutions to security challenges. And very importantly, it allows the country to reaffirm the importance of people-centered security. And all these are essential components for long-term resilience. Our next speaker is my colleague from DCAF, Viola Csordas. She's very experienced in crisis management, but also in security sector governance aspects of disaster and crisis management and people-centered approaches. Viola, can you maybe explain how applying governance principles can enhance the effectiveness of response in an emergency?
Yes, thank you, Teodora, and very excited to be here. It's my second time in Moldova, and last year we had a workshop on crisis management, and it's really incredible to see the progress that is being made here in terms of the national security strategy, but then also some of those initiatives that we just heard about. So really excited about all of that. And also, given the importance of this crisis management area as really a strategic instrument to tackle some of the hybrid threats and this hybrid warfare environment that we heard about a lot during the last 2 days here. And I think here the governance aspect is really a key ingredient to making crisis management an instrument to strengthen this resilience, also vis-à-vis the hybrid threats, and not only as a tactical tool to deal with the next natural disaster. So I'm going to speak a little bit about some of those governance principles and how we understand them at DCAF, and then how concretely they can contribute to making crisis management more effective and more sustainable, and also, of course, more people-centered. So to start with some of the principles, obviously oversight and accountability are very big principles. This can mean external oversight actors such as parliaments, but then of course also civil society, the media and society writ large, but also internal oversight elements such as internal inspections or internal audits, etc. Another important governance element is the clarity of mandates and the right regulatory framework. So every institutions know their competencies, their responsibilities, but then also the limits of those competencies and responsibilities. And finally, the people-centered approaches to really see the security sector as a service provider to the population. And I think specifically this area of crisis management and civil protection is a key area where the state and the security sector can demonstrate this people-centered approach and adding value to the population, in turn then strengthening social cohesion and state legitimacy. So how can these principles now enhance the effective crisis management? And I think from this democratic governance perspective, the first one is the parliamentary and the societal debate about the different risks that are there, but also the different resources that are there, and coming to an agreement, what is the affordable and what is the feasible in terms of dealing with some of those risks, what might be the residual risk that needs to be accepted, and really having a consensus about that. The topic also is something that has a big potential, and Theodora already alluded to it, to allow work across political divides, because the crises don't respect political divides, so they affect everyone. If there is a natural disaster, it doesn't distinguish between what party you might be affiliated with. So it's really a topic that affects everyone, and therefore is also something that can be used in that way. Then bringing it down from this parliamentary but also societal debate is also, of course, anchoring crisis and risk management in national security strategies, but then also in the strategic and operational planning of the individual institutions who are implementing some of these strategies and plans. I think one aspect that is very important is the money aspect. And usually parliaments have a big role to play in terms of discussing the national budget, making some difficult trade-offs, but also being able to be convinced that something is necessary to give a special investment or a special priority to. So bringing again that parliamentary discussion on the national budget and making the right means available for crisis management in advance. So there are also the opportunities for preventative measures and preparedness measures, and not only after the event has happened. I already mentioned the clear legislative frameworks and the clear mandates, and again, really happy to hear about all the progress that is being made on that here. So every crisis management actor involved really knows exactly what they're supposed to be doing, and ideally also having pre-identified modalities of working together. And if something happens, this can mean the difference between, waiting for a couple of hours for additional assets to arrive, or a couple of days if you don't know whom to call, etc. And we've recently visited a town in Switzerland where there was an excellent response to the rising and the flooding of the Rhone River, where they were able, because they had a pre-identified memorandum of understanding with some other forces, it took only a phone call to activate that response, and within a couple of, or I think under 2 hours, to have the first additional resources arrive. From a security sector perspective, obviously, is also especially important to have a clear process how to request military capabilities to the civilian authority in many circumstances, and we also read in the peer review that this is one of the areas that in Moldova it's going to be looked into in a bit more detail. The armed forces do have the subsidiary role just because of the assets and the equipment and manpower that they have on standby to work in crisis management and civil protection, and having a clear process for when is it justified to call on them, what is the proportional activity that they're supplying, etc., is a really important aspect, including even a review after the act, like an after-action review, if all the standards were adhered to, etc. And then it can also be a tool, again, to strengthen the state legitimacy and the trust also in the security sector. Which brings me to my final point, the importance of these people-centered approaches and the trusted relationship. And I mean, first of all, simply from an operational, very practical perspective, it's incredibly important that people trust the firefighters, the first responders, or whoever comes. If there is an alert and you don't trust the information, you might not evacuate. If somebody is knocking at your door in the middle of the night And evacuation is not an easy thing. You might leave behind some valuables or some livestock or whatever. So it's not just, you know, packing your things and going, but you really need to be convinced that this is the level of urgency required. So having that trusted relationship in the security sector is very important to have these effective operations, but then also the linking to the disinformation, etc. The way that we've seen also in very democratic or solidly democratic countries, elections being turned by a big flooding or a hurricane or whatever, there's a lot of room for disinformation, for misinformation, etc. So also from that point of view, it's really important to invest in that strategic communication and bring the communities and the population along. I'll stop here.
Thank you very much, Viola. Thank you for giving such illustrative, I think, examples of how societies can and should avoid these blind spots that Frank has mentioned, which are very often missed in authoritarian regimes, through public debate, through meaningful parliamentary participation in policy setting and in budgetary decisions. This, I think, this suggestion that inclusiveness and participation are very beneficial, even in such a technical area as crisis management, will be very much welcomed and taken forward by the next speaker, Natalia Albu. Natalia Albu este cofondator al...
Natalia Albu is co-founder of the platform for security initiatives, PISA, and Natalia is also a university teacher at the military academy. And Natalia, can you help us imagine and understand better the importance of the role of the civil society in building this trust in a country, in the responsible institutions that actually have the role to support citizens in a crisis? Natalia, the floor is yours. Thank you very much, Theodora, for your presentation, and I am honored to be part of this panel with such distinguished speakers. I would like to focus on a few reflection points. First of all, about the perception of the society, about risk, threat, and crisis. Because we had some questionnaires among the public, and we asked people if they feel safe in different contexts, or what are their biggest fears, or what are their biggest issues and challenges related to crisis situations. And of course, I can mention some phenomena that impacted our people: corruption, energetical crisis, increase of prices, inflation. So if to assess what people say, we see that in some situations when the economical crisis is felt, of course, on the personal agenda of people, they become very concerned about the basic things, like, for example, heating in the winter. When we speak about the pandemic, besides health, we see that for the citizens of the Republic of Moldova, the food security is important. So the 7 points of human security actually are to be taken into consideration. We created a platform where we asked questions about the perceptions of the citizens about the security issues, something that we didn't do before. We did this only in 2020 and 2021. And the concern about the future of their children is not something that persists as an issue for the citizens. This means that they feel quite safe in the communities they live in. And this is at the local level. Why did I mention these concrete parameters. Because we have to speak about all types of risks, and in the context of the pandemic, in the context of the human rights, in the context of the access to movement or access to resources, people often ask why the state is not doing anything about this. But it was a very good question here today. What about the level of trust of people in the state institutions and the security institutions, and how the management crisis? Of course, citizens don't think about management of crisis, but they think about how much they trust the president, the government, because we still have the stereotypes that within the hybrid threats, someone can solve something only in specific circumstances. And knowing about the institutions and who is responsible for what is crucial here. When we ask the population in the context of the concerns, personal concerns, and I'm speaking about what we asked in 2021, one of the biggest issue, one of the biggest challenge of the public, in the public opinion, was the natural disasters. When we asked about the trust in the structures, state structures, the first place was assigned to firefighters, the second to the military, and the third to the police. And here we should speak about the main functions of those entities. It's all about the protection in case of different critical situations. So it's also about the citizens having access to information. And in 2021, 2022, also we observed that it was a problem, the lack of direct communication between the state representatives and state institutions with the citizens. But nevertheless, at the end of 2021, and this can be explained also with the higher level of trust of the population towards the leadership of the country, so the population believes now, more and more people from the citizens of this country believe that the institutions know what they are doing. But of course, in the context of the war happening right next to us, and after the pandemic, we were faced with different situations, but also we saw how the integrated management of crisis can bring benefits. And of course, it is very important in that sense for the government to understand the involvement of the private actors, of the civil society representatives, and solidarity was the best shown within the refugee crisis in our country. And it was not about volunteering in the crisis, but it's about the empathy and the security needs of our people compared to our neighbors' situation. And we speak mainly about women with children that involved tremendously, but we definitely had a huge solidarity among the veterans communities, but also civil society organizations. And here I want to mention once again how important is the trust, but also the correctly positioned message, the selection of the partners to have an inclusive partnerships with everyone, meaning that we should not choose, I work with this institution, but with this institution I'm not going to work. And in this context, I want to say that the role of the civil society is, first of all, to mobilize local and international resources. We know that the NGOs have great experience from the independence till today to convince international donors and partners that they are credible in the missions that they are realizing, implementing. And we did another study in cooperation with DECAF about mapping the external assistance in the field of security, national security, and it showed that in the sector of security there are specific types of investment. And I refer here also to the fact that the NGOs, they have higher credibility among those with whom they already worked and showed progress and success. And if to speak about the exact concretely the crisis of the refugees, I remember the representatives of mass media coming to the areas of the border, to the customs, and trying to inform the population in order to decrease one of the biggest phenomena that was happening, the big fear of the population. But definitely we cannot neglect the fact that crisis management is a very complex problem. And the organizations of the civil society, they have experience in implementing different projects. We saw that within the pandemic, the domestic violence phenomena increased, and they worked on that field. Then the national program for implementing the resolution 1325 within the pandemic was applied. Also with the focus on supporting the public order, but also the remote work and the increased security needs for people when working from home. Another thing is advocacy and influencing the policies. Of course, civil society participate in many public discussions also related to public security, but we are at the beginning of understanding how important it is to prevent things and to work on prevention more than to focus on eliminating the consequences of some circumstances. So in order to promote these kind of policies in the society, we have to be part of the consultancy of those draft laws and draft policies, because different stakeholders, they see things, depending on the stakeholders, they can see things from different angles. And that's about vulnerabilities. And we saw so many situations when people from the north have different security needs from people from the south. And the last example here, in the context of the monitoring exercise that we did, when the first national program for the implementation of Resolution 1345 was implemented, because it's related to human security, we were discussing about integrating at the national level a pillar, relief and recovery. So it was something post-crisis, and we talked about the creation. This was actually in 2016, about the camps of refugees. And when I said that, people looked at me and said, "Hey, do you still believe in those fairy tales about Syrians coming to our country as refugees?" This was a total lack of professionalism from your side to talk about this conspiracy theory. And by the end of the day, me and those that promoted the idea of thinking about the creation of this kind of refugee camps, actually, you see, by the end of the day, this would have been a good discussion. So, discussing with the citizens, talking about different scenarios is very important. And yes, indeed, we have a problem. We don't have institutionalized volunteering in this field. I think I'm going to stop here to give the opportunity to other speakers. Thank you very much, Natalia. I would like to mention, for those of you that don't know, that PISA took it very seriously, the provisions of security of Moldova, and this is about the importance of the public's perception, the public trust for an institution, and the efficiency of some information awareness-raising campaigns. And I think, and I was saying that PISA took it seriously because they were involved in those raising awareness campaigns in the context of the security policies and risks and threats in the Republic of Moldova in different circumstances. And those are very important to be discussed. in these times that we live today. Just a few seconds. I wanted to say something at the end. I was actually hoping that there's going to be a question from the group, from the public. We cannot neglect the power of constant training. Constant workshops, and it's not enough to have awareness-raising campaigns. That is why in 2023, 2024, we had a campaign, Resilient Moldova, and we cooperated with institutions from the ministry, under the Ministry of Internal Affairs. The purpose was to inform people about disasters, because so many people in our country have no idea how to protect themselves in those cases. Then we brought examples of what is happening in other countries, in the vulnerable areas, to prepare a special bag for a child where you place also a photo and a letter in case of extreme natural situations. This is something normal, and I think informing people about these things is important.
Thank you very much for this comment. I think that we are very restrained in time. I don't see anyone from the organizers to tell us how much time can we continue to talk. I think I estimate that we have 10 minutes more probably. Therefore, I have a question to everyone actually. About... I will speak in English.
And especially I'm thinking about climate change and environment crisis, just to make the connection with the follow-up panel. Are these emerging threats posing a particular challenge on this effort of adaptation of a Moldovan national system for crisis management? And I'm looking especially at the representatives of the Ministry of Interior. And maybe in this context, I would also connect with what kind of mechanisms and efforts have you been engaged at regional level? What kind of regional cooperation mechanisms are there already used, maybe by Moldova, but maybe also suggested and proposed by the EU?
I will be the first to answer. First of all, we have to take into account the context. The best examples were that occurred in two months ago in Europe, when countries with advanced economies were in the position to ask for help from other countries. The same happened in Turkey when the earthquake occurred last year. Let's not forget about the wildfires that take place on all continents across the world. All of these natural disasters say that show a trend that they will occur more often and with a certain regularity. Take into account these natural disasters, I must say that there is no country in the world that must or can say that is 100% ready, prepared to tackle and manage independently this crisis. It's good that we have this mechanism at the regional level to support each other, and this European mechanism of civil protection is one example. It's a tool that allows us to receive aid, help when we are in need. And the previous speakers mentioned about the fact that you can receive immediate response, like in an hour or a couple of hours after you asked for help. And these type of mechanisms that are available at the regional level, they have certain procedures in place. They have certain standards that are triggered when this type of crisis occurred and the help is needed. I wanted just to add to this subject. What we are doing with our network of analysts within the Ministry of Internal Affairs is that these analysts monitor everything that is happening. We are very responsible and we respond immediately to all the messages that we receive. We constantly do different assessments, analysis. We take into account all elements that are suspicious, even the last events that occurred. Speaking about those drones and missiles that ended up on our territory. For example, we try to assess the situation to see whether we will experience this type of waves of drones and missiles in the future. So we assess, evaluate the situation, and come up with certain recommendations. Not all recommendations are for the public, but I have to mention that the authorities take care of everything, taking into account the resources that they have to be able to manage efficiently the crisis that we might experience. Thank you.
Hazards that we face in terms of natural disasters and climate change and the environment. I think it's important to highlight two critical developments that occurred in 2015 that tie back to this greater emphasis on both whole of government and whole of society approaches. The first was, of course, the Paris Agreement. But the perhaps more wonky one is around the Sendai framework. And the Sendai framework was developed in 2015 to help build on the Sustainable Development Goal 11, which is around making cities and human settlements inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. All of that is about these long-term, slow-moving risks that society faces. And in particular, Moldova, as the most vulnerable country in Europe to climate change, faces. But there are three challenges with that in being able to have an integrated assessment of the challenges that we face, but also an integrated response to those risks. The first is constitutional, the second is collaborative, and the third is capacity. And when we talk about constitutional, we do face challenges realistically between who is actually leading on the approach to risk assessment and the resilience cycle. Is it the presidency through the Supreme Security Council and the service there? Is it government? Within government, who is it? The Constitution lays out a relatively low accountability standard, and so there are challenges that we have to face together as both government and civil society on how to deal with those challenges. The second is collaborative. As our friends in the Ministry of Internal Affairs have pointed out, there is a need for more of a unified approach because of how dispersed the knowledge base is within government and how narrow we are in terms of the level of expertise that we have. Within each institution, you might have 2 or 3 people that really know about a particular hazard. And if you can't access them across silos, how are you able to prepare? And that ties in with the capacity. Moldova, being still a lower middle income country, faces some challenges with how do we actually build up our fiscal capacity, our expertise, and our asset capacity to respond to these challenges. And this is where being able to work across European counterparts through DG Home, through our friends in the EU becomes more important. Being able to lean on those resources from countries like Romania, Poland, the Netherlands when it comes to the flooding in particular, becomes more critical. So being able to deal with those challenges in the context of hazards that are of a natural variety is critical as we face increasing occurrences and frequency of them.
I think many relevant words have been said already, and I don't want to repeat that, but what was said. But I think the basic starting point is that prevention and preparedness is so much cheaper if you do it properly, then dealing with the response and the consequences of disasters. And this is something, I mean, it's been said before several times, but it should be repeated again. You made reference to the Sendai framework. I mean, this is key in terms of disaster risk reduction. And the EU, as EU, we are very much supporting those goals. I think very concretely, I mean, what could be done is to develop early warning systems. I mean, all of this requires resources, so that was an important point that you made earlier. But to have good early warning systems, meteorological data, hydrological monitoring systems, investing in climate resilient infrastructure, raising awareness has been mentioned, and collaborating with the neighboring countries. And that, of course, also means EU and the mechanism. I think there are all ways to deal with climate change and other risks. Just to say that we are currently developing the so-called, I mean, this is a monster of an acronym, PPRD East 4 program. At the EU level, we have many acronyms, and this is one of them. So this is basically a regional program for response, preparedness, and prevention. So it encompasses 5 Eastern Partnership countries, so Moldova, Ukraine, Georgia, Armenia, and Azerbaijan. So we are developing it right now, and we really hope that Moldova will also use the opportunities under that program to benefit.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. And is this on? Yes, I think so. And there will be an entire panel afterwards on climate and environmental risks, so I will not speak too much about that aspect, but really focus on the importance of governance also in that area, because no matter how much we invest in prevention and preparedness, if there is the wonderful early warning system that also leads to very concrete actions, it's not going to be enough to mitigate all the risks that we're going to be facing. So there will need to be some trade-offs between priorities. And I think this is where the public debate is very important, to come to a kind of a consensus of where those priorities are going to be. And to give a very practical example from this flooding in Switzerland that I mentioned, of course, the first priorities for all those intervening was to save the lives of people. But after that, it gets much more complicated. So you have the domestic animals. In this case, you didn't have livestock because the cows in Switzerland are up in the mountains in the summer. But there were different industrial sites, different companies, and it was not possible to intervene at the same time everywhere. So some prioritization had to be made, and now there is a big public debate about, if that was the right one or whatever, but having these discussions very openly about priorities is an important one. And the other debate that is ongoing is about the changing of the riverbed of that Rhone River, coming to the environmental factors and the environmental solutions also. And obviously this is something that is very emotional for communities living close to that river, but it also has a lot of different ecological impacts, etc. So coming back to the governance and to bringing in different community groups, civil society, different types of stakeholders to have these discussions is really important.
Thank you very much. I'm looking towards the public and towards this application for questions. Are there questions that you want to address to the panelists? Elena?
Thank you very much.
Viola mentioned about the importance of strategic communication, and as well, distinguished speakers from Moldova as well referred to the importance of communication and transparency and level of trust depending on these communications. Maybe if you have some best practices from your countries or other international experiences, how to improve and who is responsible for this institutionalization and construction of this strategic communication in crisis management. We know that there are some activities already carried out by the responsible institutions, but as Natalia mentioned, our organization organized some workshop consultations with responsible organization, with civil society, with some local authorities, and we realized that the level of communication is quite low, and how to improve it, because we really understood that we need this, how to do this. Thank you. Who would like to respond?
Or is it for somebody?
Okay, I'm aware of the time, so I will keep it very short, because I think the question of strategic communication is a really important one, but it's a very broad one. And I mean, my colleague to the left has mentioned the whole of government approach, and I think there it's a very important aspect also for the strategic communication. I mean, maybe to give one concrete example from South Korea, who are also facing a very big threat. In all the metros, you have these little video screens, and constantly there are some video messages about how to behave in case of different types of disasters. So for me, this is a very practical and very useful way of communicating to the public, so they're constantly informed and alerted to different types of disasters or crises that could happen and what to do. But I mean, obviously this is not enough, but one concrete example.
Văd că este o întrebare din partea publicului care cred că este...
I see that there is a question from the public. What kind of other models were taken into account when you established your system?
În Republica Moldova până...
Very briefly. In the Republic of Moldova, this system was developed step by step. The first crisis management system was developed many years ago. Afterwards, we established the anti-terror institution. Afterwards, we established the integrated response institution. Afterwards, we saw that it is not sufficient, and when we had to deal with a huge wave of refugees, we needed to establish a unified responsive center. By the way, I forgot to mention that we established these national committees on healthcare, on public consumption, and so on. Now, having all these institutions, we try now to unify them under one system. And as a model, we took this Belgium model into account. There is a website that you could check, crisis.bl. And another model that we took into account was the Polish and Lithuanian models. Of course, we can not take into account the other more developed systems because we do not have so many resources. We also need to take into account, are we able to create a model that is based on the resources that we have or on risk mapping. So these were the three countries that we took into account. I have to mention that we need to recall the 24th February 2022, when the Republic of Moldova dealt with three crises. First, we had that energy crisis. You remember that 60% of gas delivery was cut, and the government needed to make additional efforts to supply needed gas to the public. You remember that the COVID crisis did not end at that time. The economy was stagnant. A lot of patients were in hospital due to the COVID infection. And the third crisis was that war in the neighboring country. And all the consequences, we experienced all the consequences, including a huge wave of refugees. These were those crises that made us create an integrated system to unify all state capacities, because you see all those crises were from different fields, from healthcare, security, energy sectors, and to be able to deal with crises that are interconnected, you need a unified system. I have to say that we have to end our discussion here. I'm very grateful to our panelists for their insights. Maybe to highlight certain key messages that I remember.
Approaches, public trust, and maybe it's still debatable, but I think comparing with other topics, crisis management, effective crisis management is a non-partisan issue, because it doesn't matter the political color of the government, its credibility and reputation, it will depend on how effective it is when dealing with crises and disasters. Thank you very much again. And maybe just one last word. This small country with a big heart documentary, please watch it if you didn't see it so far. Thank you.
Vă mulțumesc foarte Dear Teodora, this was a wonderful panel and we had great insights from our speakers. Right now I just would like to announce that we will have a break of 40 minutes. Afterwards we will have two panels, one on climate security, which is going to happen here, and the other one on cybersecurity, which is going to be on the second floor in Loft Room, according to our program. So see you soon. Tune in online at 3 p.m. and thank you very much for your attention. Bună ziua, doamnelor și domnilor.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Today we have a wonderful panel here with us with a set of exceptional speakers. We are going to analyze and discuss in depth the subject of climate security in the Republic of Moldova, but also in the region. We will have the nexus of climate and energy and security. So it is my honor to introduce to you Vladimir Ternavsky, who is the moderator of our discussion, and he's the executive director of Egovizio organization, who is a leading organization and think tank in Moldova that is working on subjects related to climate and sustainability. Please, Vladimir.
Thank you so much. I would like to invite you, if you feel comfortable, to come closer, so we can see each other and feel each other better, and you can ask questions. So I would like to invite to today's panel our really diverse, inspiring, and impactful group of speakers. Today we have with us Mr. Viktor Parlikov, Minister of Energy. Mr. Hans König, Managing Director at Aurora Energy Research. Mrs. Viola Ciordaș, SSR Advisor at DCAF Geneva. And Mr. Solomon Iaunou, Program Manager at the Delegation of the European Union to Moldova. And we have also Mrs. Aliona Rusnak, State Secretary at the Ministry of Environment, who will represent the perspective of the Ministry on this topic. Okay. So, first of all, a short introductory speech. Yeah. Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed panelists, our participants watching us both here but also online. This is an honor and a privilege to host this discussion on climate crisis and the urge for green transition. Today we're not discussing just challenges, but also addressing our shared responsibility and collective opportunity to shape a resilient and good future for the Republic of Moldova and beyond. The impact of climate crisis, it's not any more distant warning. It's like real impact that we see right here and right now. We see extreme meteorological events. We feel this limited access to drinkable water. We see environmental degradation. We see disruptions to key sectors for Moldova as agriculture and energy. And Moldova, being one of the most vulnerable, climate vulnerable countries of Europe, faces a lot of challenges, but also has a promising potential in different sectors. And this urgency to act and to implement this potential is clear, but the pathway is pretty complex. It requires a lot of collaboration, innovation, commitment from all the sectors of civil society, and not only. Today, as a moderator, I will do my best to discuss and tackle the most urgent and important topics, strategies, challenges, to highlight the importance of collaboration across all sectors, but also to facilitate a dynamic dialogue. So I will ask you to be present, to be very involved, to think about your questions. We'll try to have some time for questions at the end of the session. And just be critical. Critical thinking is always good. And only together we can build a Moldova that is not only adapting to climate change, but also becoming more stronger, resilient, greener, and united as society. With that said, let's begin. I would like to invite panelists, first of all, to present themselves themselves and talk a bit about their connection to the climate security, connection of their institution to the climate security, and then we will have a round of questions from my side, and after that we will have some questions and answers with the audience. First of all, I know that Mr. Viktor Parlikov has some limited time. He has 1 hour with us, so I would like to start with Viktor, please.
Okay, so first of all, thank you very much for the invitation. As I mentioned also last week when I was at COP in Baku, Moldova is a very interesting case. We are a country that starts from a situation of vulnerability in multiple dimensions. We're a country which is one of the most climate vulnerable, the most climate vulnerable on the continent. We're a country with least forested on the continent. We are a country with over 70 or about 75% of all our energy being imported. We are a country which is one of the poorest countries on the continent, and we are a country which is next to a war. So it's a perfect combination to start from. In the same time, we are a country which these vulnerabilities also give us a huge, let's say, impetus, much like in many other sectors, which I don't want to mention now, but the crisis through which we're going and the challenges that we're facing actually push us to be much more ambitious and move much faster than others. We have the ambition of achieving climate neutrality actually before 2050, which is the target for the entire EU. And our big disadvantages turn to be partially our advantages when it comes to energy and decarbonization. Because unlike our neighbors, unlike most of other countries, we do not have the legacy of fossil fuels. We, unlike Romania and Ukraine, our neighboring countries, we don't have oil, we don't have gas, we don't have coal, we don't have even nuclear, and we don't have any meaningful hydro potential. So for us in the energy sector, it's not a matter of choice. The only way through which we can integrate in a competitive manner into the regional energy market is through renewable energy. And in that case, we are pushed more than others to find solutions, innovative, creative solutions that would allow us to maximize the offtake of renewable energy in our country. We have, that's why we are pursuing an ambitious agenda in terms of, well, first of all, we're starting with energy efficiency because, as they say, the cheapest and the cleanest energy is the energy you don't need. We have we're a country where we consume 4 times more energy to generate €1 of GDP compared to average EU. We are a country where about 50% of all our energy is consumed in buildings, and on the average we consume about twice as much energy to upkeep 1 square meter of a building compared to current average EU. And the EU is also progressing. Which means that by just implementing basic energy efficiency measures in the buildings, and achieving the current level of energy performance of buildings in Moldova, current level of EU, of energy performance buildings in EU, if we can manage to do this in Moldova, we would save an equivalent of almost the entire gas, in energy terms, of almost the entire gas that we import. It's huge amounts of energy. And the more interesting part of it is that it not only means energy efficiency, it not only means CO2, it not only means saving on the bills of people, but it also means economic growth. Because most of these investments are about construction works. Most of these investments are about working with buildings, and basically the construction sector should thrive and drag the economic growth in Moldova, while in the same time, as the outcome of these investments, we would gain savings on the imported energy. And that would improve even further our budgetary, our monetary, financial situation. So, number one priority on our decarbonization path is energy efficiency, particularly energy efficiency of the building. Number two, we're talking about maximizing the integration of renewables. And that means not only classical things, okay, let's install rooftop solar panels everywhere. This does not work for us, because I'm giving you just a couple of statistics. We have 1.3 million consumers of electricity. If every one of them installs just 1 kilowatt of solar photovoltaics, just one, I'm not talking 10, I'm not talking 100, one, we would produce in a summer day, weekend, we would produce twice as much electricity. These photovoltaic panels would produce twice the amount of electricity that we consume. So we need to balance it. We need to be able to, in a smart way, integrate more renewables. And the way we're seeing it is through electrification of consumption and electrification and flexible consumption. So flexible consumption means, for instance, electrification of cars. Moldova has a huge advantage in terms of electrification of our transport, because about 70% of our households reside in individual houses, which means that largely the charging infrastructure problem can be addressed easier than in urbanized areas. And 90% of the time, any car stays idle. Now, if that car is connected to the grid, that becomes nothing else than a battery on wheels. And that is not only direct savings on the emissions that by reducing the consumption of oil products, but this is also an indirect effect on cleaning our energy portfolio, because basically for a car, it doesn't really matter when it charges. If we can match the charging of the car with the generation that is available there from renewables, and this is primarily done through pricing signals, this is done through market, through differentiated prices for energy from one hour to the other, and it's not going to be done by human beings physically plugging in and out the car or your, for instance, heat pump. It's going to be done by software, by your applications in your smartphone, that would basically be able to decide when the price of energy is lower, and then that means that the energy is abundant, the renewable energy is abundant, then the consumption of, you ramp up the consumption and you absorb it. When the price of energy is high, and which means that there is little renewables on grid, that there is little consumption, then instead of consuming from the grid, actually your car can serve the purpose of powering your house, because these technologies are on market already. It's nothing new. I'm not inventing anything. Your car can power your house and save on the energy consumption from the grid at the moments when the energy is scarce. So through such measures of smart metering, of deploying of market signals, differentiated pricing, and flexible demand of electricity, we can actually manage much better and integrate much more renewables in our grid. Now, I was primarily talking about electricity, but the same goes true for heating. Most of the energy we consume is in the form of heating, and this energy can actually come also from renewable sources. And we're preparing the legislation to integrate, to maximize integration of renewables in the district heating systems, and to not just solar, but also heat pumps, storage of heat, etc., etc., etc. So these are the types of measures that we're talking about, and moreover, we've designed a special legislation on innovative solutions, which we call sandboxes, innovation sandboxes, which basically allows innovative technological solutions to come to Moldova, test their solutions, and be there on the market first in Moldova compared to any other country on the continent, because in innovation, the speed is actually what defines the competitiveness. So we are trying to design a framework that would allow us to test, pilot, implement, scale innovative solutions that will be required to achieve the decarbonized future. And that's where our, again, very poor starting position, our vulnerabilities, become a huge impetus for faster progress than others on the continent. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor. I hope that you made some notes, because a lot of insights and, future perspectives were already taught, but we will come back to that and we'll discuss in more details. But now I would like to give the mic to Mrs. Aliona Rusnak, State Secretary of the Ministry of Environment from Moldova.
Hello, my name is Aliona Rusnak, State Secretary, Minister of Environment. I would like to thank you for inviting the Minister of Environment at this panel. Of course, Minister of Environment is doing the possible, but mostly impossible. After the actions of the Minister of Energy of being the biggest polluters, and I'm happy that they're doing their homework very well. Thank you, Mr. Minister. Of course, we're watching you closely, but nevertheless, the climate security, of course, in Moldova is increasing important, and we're happy that the climate issues are getting more and more, on face, and people are more aware of that. And as Minister said last year at COP, but this week our minister is at COP, and we are kind of vociferating what the climate security in Moldova is and what we have to do in order to mitigate and to adapt Republic of Moldova to that. So basically, Moldova is challenging the climate change and geopolitical instability. The climate change, as you know, and we all are facing, witnessing, this is the extreme weather events, rising temperatures, water scarcity, and agricultural vulnerability. So are the key actually elements that give us, the impact that we are one of the most strategic minister that has to not only to adapt the policies and to implement, to ratify the policies, especially to transpose the association agreement, but also all the directives, and we're the happiest minister having almost 2,000 directives to be transposed. So based on that, Moldova is highly vulnerable to the effects of climate change. What are these effects? This is drought effects, flooding, heat waves, agriculture and food security, water resources, energy infrastructure, geopolitical consideration, climate migration policy responses. So basically, based on that, Republic of Moldova, as it was mentioned, being one of the I would say most challenging country, and I'm keen to be positive, because this is what we do now, is first to face the challenges, second to respond to all the weather changes that we face daily, And this is what we have to do as human beings. We have to adapt. This is the most important. And secondly, we have to mitigate. So this is really important that the Republic of Moldova has to work on, and the Ministry of Environment. The Ministry of Environment, firstly, and its subordinate institutions are working hardly on their policies. So we adopt the long climate action. This is the umbrella law under which, you know, they will be implemented. Other laws, it will enter in force next year, but nevertheless, now we're working hardly on all other politics and programs. So the programs that we have is the National Low Emission Development Program. I would like to tell you that Moldova is one of the most ambitious countries. Small, one of the poorest. We're challenging with the deforestation. We're challenging that the coverage of the forest is really low. It's 11%, which other countries in Europe, they have 36% of coverage of forest. But we're working, we're hard working. We have an afforestation program. You all have participated, and I really hope if not, then you still have time to get the next weekends, you know, to afforestate and to plant. We have other programs that are in place. So what we do, you know, well, adopting policies and implementing, enforcing them, because the most important to enforce them. So as I said, we're so ambitious that we adopted the Low Emission Development Program. We're trying to get to the climate neutrality. We're working already on developing the Low Emission Development Strategy 2050, but by 2030, the Low Emission Development Program has to reduce the GHG emissions by 70% unconditionally, and conditional, this is 88%. And believe me or not, this is really high targets that are done not only through afforesting, you know, and planting forests, because this is not the this is one action, you know, that it might be, but also by energy efficiency, by reducing the transportation, or, you know, transposing, you know, or switching the transportation and working on that. Also in agricultural sector, because agricultural sector in Moldova is one of the countries that is based on agriculture, and we have to adapt the agriculture, because the more we're going, the more extreme weathers we are facing. So that's why we have to adapt you know, the sector of agriculture, and not just waiting, you know, for the crops to appear from nowhere. We have to work hard. Also, and I'm really sorry for my voice, because it's really hard after COP and after many events in Moldova, you know, the way your voice is just saying goodbye to you. This is us, not only the weather, but, you know, the work that we're doing. In terms of the programs for adaptation, we have national program for climate, national adaptation program. It was developed with the help of our partners, UNDP, but also will be approved some programs at the some programs locally, the local public authorities. So working hard, we have a solid waste management, project. We have a circular economy project. We have different programs, environment strategy, different programs that actually are implementing and aligning to the EU standards. I'm happy that Solomon is here. I'm sure that he'll tell more of how loyal partners is the EU. Thank you for, you know, helping us, and thank you for showing a good example. This is what we have to go to, and we have to not only to adopt policies and implement them, you know, but we have to educate, because environment and you know, and future is tightly connected, and we don't have to preserve the environment for us. We have to preserve it for our future generation.
Indeed. Thank you so much. Yes. I would also like to add that the role of the ministry is like key in all this process of transition, because when we talk to private sector who is contributing heavily for like economic growth, but also for pollution and CO2 emissions, they almost all of them say that we expect some policies and regulations from the government, and then we will implement something. Until then, we'll do our business. So yeah, it's very important that our Ministry of Environment is developing and step-by-step approaching us to European standards. And yeah, every step needs to be taken into consideration, needs to be analyzed very well, and that's why I'm giving the floor to Hans König, who is working in an organization which is working with researchers and provides us with data and information for taking correct decisions.
Thank you very much, both for the invitation, but also to everyone here on the panel. I'm looking forward to the discussion. Yes, my name is Hans König. I work for an organization called Aurora Energy Research. To those of you who don't know us, which is probably just about everyone in the room, we are the world's largest provider of energy market analytics modeling. So long-term analyses of power markets, gas markets, and so forth. What does that mean in practice? We basically help our clients navigate what is called the energy trilemma. And that is, again, to those of you not familiar to that, it's basically the trade-offs between energy security, affordability, and sustainability. And they're all important, but achieving all at the same time is actually quite challenging. And this is what we think, it remains challenging, but we think it gets much easier if you use good long-term economic models and analysis as a basis for your decisions. To make this a bit more concrete, a lot of the time the three actually go together, and I think Moldova is a perfect example there. Building renewables, so expanding wind, expanding solar, is likely to decrease the bills for consumers, so helps affordability. It's likely to increase security of supply because currently 80% of the electricity is imported from Transnistria. And of course, it also helps decarbonization. So the vision which the minister just outlined, and with which I wholeheartedly agree, I think is actually helping all three of those. But making it happen and building the right regulations to make that all work in practice, that's where it gets really challenging. Especially because my expectation would be is that it's actually going to happen much faster than most currently think. So the government, if I'm informed correctly, has an ambition to build to have a share of 30% renewables in the power mix by 2030. And at the same time, there's an ambition to couple Moldova much more closely to the Romanian grid, which is, I think, sensible for a lot of reasons. However, that will mean that the Moldovan power price will be very strongly coupled to the Romanian one. And the Romanian one is very strongly influenced by the European emissions trading system, which is getting tighter and tighter because the cap on emissions within the EU is going down. And that is pushing a lot of renewables investments throughout the EU, but this price signal will spill over into Moldova and make it highly attractive for investors to develop solar, to develop wind power, to develop batteries, and then as a consequence of that, electric vehicles and so forth. So I would expect if the conditions are set right, there will be a real wave of investment in the sector over the next couple of years. But setting the rules right will be complex. And just to pick on one thing there, I think markets are really key for that. Right now, I understand there isn't really a wholesale market for electricity or balancing in Moldova. The ministry is in the process of building that, but getting that and getting liquidity onto that will really be key to building all those renewables, but also then giving the right signals to consumers to consume electricity when it's cheap and when renewables are readily available.
Thank you. Yes, indeed that when we talk about current situation, we talk about also crisis that like motivated us, and forced us to make this fast transition. But usually you have no such powers which are pressing you, and that's why it's important that climate resilience, but also shifting green transition should be fixed in governmental policies, laws, strategies, and for that usually we need some support, external support from countries and organizations who are have experience in that and can help us to overcome some possible mistakes. And I think that DCAF Geneva is working on this direction, yes?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. And indeed, DCAF, the Geneva Center for Security Sector Governance, is supporting national partner security sectors on different transformations and reforms around governance of the security sector. And one of the key emerging challenges where we're helping some of those national partners, including in Moldova, is around climate and environmental risks. And I'm going to talk a little bit about what that can look like from a security sector perspective, and let me congratulate the organizers to link climate security not only to the security sector, which I guess I'm kind of representing here today, but also to the environment and to the energy crisis questions, etc., because it's really this holistic understanding that is required. So Moldova, in this new national security strategy, has recognized climate and environmental factors and risks as one of the big threats and threat multipliers. And what does that mean for a security sector to really take into account? And the first thing is to include it analytically. So this is mostly an intelligence function, and we talked a lot in the last 2 days about hybrid threats and risk assessments, etc. And this is really something where institutions like this new crisis management center can be vital for bringing together different types of risk assessments. So you might have the disaster risks, hydrological risk, earthquake risk, whatever, but then also bring it together with an assessment of the specific vulnerabilities to these hybrid threats, and an awareness that these different vulnerabilities are cascading. So if you cut off the energy supply during a heat wave or a cold wave, the impact, of course, is much bigger than if you just cut it off during a normal time. This also means that seeing the quality of the air, the water, the soil, and the productivity of the soil, for example, need to be increasingly be seen as part of this critical infrastructure that the security sector needs to protect. The next aspect I want to talk about is the environmental rule of law and the enforcement of a lot of these environmental protection rules and legislations, and the state minister already mentioned the enforcement gaps or enforcement difficulties, which obviously are a key challenge in a lot of different contexts. But having the right legislative frameworks that are sufficiently clear and precise and include definitions of terms of what is an ecosystem or what is the pollution or destruction of an ecosystem, these are really important to have, but then also to have the right enforcement capacities in terms of bringing in maybe parts of the security sector that need to be working together more closely, like environmental police, together with agricultural inspectors, etc. And finally, the importance of accountability and oversight in this environmental rule of law is something that really needs to be stressed. Environmental issues can be incredibly political or affect political economies. So if you talk about land use planning or zoning, construction permits, everyone who's watched The Sopranos is aware of the security implications of waste management, for example, which was also managed by the state minister. So all these things really need to be also taken into account from that oversight and accountability perspective to really have a holistic enforcement. And then finally, how can these things be integrated into the strategic and the operational planning of the different security institutions? So asking the question, what different types of institutions do you need? What different capabilities do you need within these institutions, such as the armed forces and their role, the police and the different policing functions, the intelligence, but also customs and border agencies, and very importantly also, as we had discussed in the previous panel on crisis management, the civil protection agencies. So what is required also then in terms of the capacity building and training, etc. And last but not least, financial resources. Who is going to be paying for all of these additional capabilities that might need to be built or also kept in a reserve or as a surge capacity? So I think these are the three main things in terms of adapting the security sector roles: the analytics, the enforcement of environmental protection, and then the integration into the strategic and operational planning.
Thank you. Yes, indeed, that we need to have a cross-sectoral approach. We need to look for solutions that bring us benefits in many sectors, because it's obvious situation that our, for example, economical situation and a lot of people with lower incomes in rural areas. This is rising the illegal cutting of trees. This decreases biodiversity and decreases rains. Rains affect agriculture. Agriculture affects prices for food, and bigger prices mean even lower incomes or poorer situation in rural areas. So this is a circle that needs to be taken into consideration, and this means that we need to have this integrated approach, and we have a partner, EU delegation to Moldova, that works in a lot of directions, from climate resilience to green social economy, and supports a lot of projects. So please tell us a bit about the role of EU delegation to Moldova in this sector.
Hello? Yeah. Okay, so let me go directly to your question. First of all, in answering to the State Secretary and the Ministry, Moldova is not alone. The EU is a partner of Moldova, and the EU will be here for Moldova, hopefully all the way to the successful membership of Moldova into the EU family. Before I go into the specific tools, which obviously my colleague here also said about funding, I'd like to give you an overall picture. There are challenges globally that the EU is facing, but there are also some good news. As you know, we want to become climate neutral by 2050, reduce 55% compared to 1990 levels by 2030, and 90% by 2040. Okay, and this was translated into a very ambitious Green Deal instrument, which all EU member states are about to carry forward. However, the challenges we're facing today are enormous. As you know, we have global protectionism, electric cars from China. The new administration in Washington plans to increase tariffs of EU goods, and the transition to a carbon economy is becoming increasingly more challenging. Having said that, it makes the Green Deal even more important, meaning it makes it even more pertinent to be implemented. And on a global level, we have embedded the Green Deal in our Global Gateway Initiative, which is an answer to the Belt and Road Initiative of China, to promote green transition through investments. Why? Because the traditional relationship between a donor-driven and a beneficiary vulnerable nation has proven not to be so successful. So unless we get the private sector and investments committed by the beneficiary countries, we don't see a particular effective forward transition towards green and decarbonization. Let me also throw you some very quick figures where we stand today on the national environment and climate plans that we have implemented amongst various member states. We have reached 38% of our renewable energy in the EU compared to the target of 42. It's not bad. We're moving towards the right direction. We have reached only 5.8% of energy efficiency measures savings compared to our target of 11.7, but we have reduced by 45% of Russian gas imports in terms of security, because we are looking towards alternative markets, green hydrogen being among them most key relevance. Coming now to us here in Moldova, without going to very much detail, what we already have as a draft regulation is it's a growth plan that will be accompanied by 1.8 billion euros exclusively for Moldova. Most of it, the figures, they're not important now, the percentages, but most of it would be in terms of very favorable interest rates for the government and other investors who wish to invest in green transition for Moldova. It would be accompanied by a facility which will carry out forward this. So the government would be able to tap into this money, to these funds, at very favorable conditions in the form of loans. We did not forget democracy. We did not forget civil society. There is a good part of it that will continue as the traditional grant programming, where civil society will have a very important role in terms of adding them in policy dialogues, in networks, in platforms where they can have access to data. We think that's a very important voice. And with this, I'd like to leave the discussion to take forward what kind of initiatives Moldova can benefit.
Thank you very much. If it's possible, I would like to address one question, just one question to Mr. Parlikov about COP29. What are the key takeaways, insights? What should we expect after this forum for Moldova?
Well, generally COP is a very interesting setup event because there is no direct enforcement instruments to, let's say, back up the pledges and the pledges that are there. However, the fact that many, and it's a reality now, many of the things that are being discussed at COP and shaped through political messages launched at COP, they get flash, they get, let's say, they become reality through existing financing, multilateral cooperation instruments. This COP was very much about the financing and the way financing will be structured particularly to countries that are, let's say, worse off, poorer countries. Now, the outcome of it is not yet there. It will be at the end. But the discussions are very much between how do we best tailor the structure and of financing so that we do not distort let's say, situation on the globe. Because there are some countries which, before thinking about decarbonization, have to first think about having any basic utilities, have to think about having electricity at all, for instance. And there are countries which are willing to contribute, and there are countries that are willing to get loans, but their loans, because of the political risks, because of the financial instability, are becoming expensive loans. So it's all about, it's a lot, not all, but a lot about how the financing around the green transition will work. And of course, a big, let's say, a big question mark in all this story is how will the role of the United States change in all this global process after the presidency is taken over by elected President Trump. So this is the mood, if I like to say so, there. And yes, the conclusions are still to come. One thing is clear, that even oil companies, even fossil fuel companies, are more and more investing in renewables. Even companies that are doing traditional energy are more and more looking at sustainable ways of doing it. So this trend is somehow continuing. Of course, the speed at which we will progress is influenced by the political commitment, but the general trend, I'm sure, will continue. And there's lots of sense for it, because even in price-wise, even in economic terms, if you simply think markets, the renewable energy is actually cheaper than the traditional fossil energy, if you have the right structure of financing. Now, the question is not so much about whether we can deploy renewables, but how do we balance the grids? How do we manage the intermittency of the renewables? And how do we ensure that consumers have a good user experience with being able to consume energy, when they need it? While this energy comes from sources that are intermittently available or unavailable depending on weather conditions. So this is on the energy sector, this is the big dilemma. It's not so much about the renewables, it's more about storage and buffers.
Thank you so much. I know that you need to leave, yes? I will ask you for a round of applause for our efforts for all our panelists, but especially for Ministry of Energy, which is like quite new energy ministry in Moldova. So good luck with all your work. Okay. The last words were about balancing grids, because when you have multiple sources of energy, you need to see what to do, not to have too much energy and too less energy. But when we talk generally about climate and crises that are surrounding us, we need to balance not only grid, but also all sectors. So my next question will be for Mrs. Alena Rusnak about balancing between our green transition, but also economic development. How can we organize this process in that way so it will not overburden our economy? And how can we overcome some resistance from the private sector for this transition?
As you recall, as I started, my message that the Minister of Environment is doing everything possible, but mostly impossible. As the Minister of Environment and as EU delegation mentioned, we're quite uncomfortable for many sectors, including many ministers. When we come, everyone is, strengthening, and somehow feel uncomfortable. So why is that? Is this because we know we are ugly? Well, apparently not. And you can see some of my colleagues, Justina is here, we look quite nice. Apparently you're very innocent, but we, impose some rules that make people and legal entities feel uncomfortable. Feel, that they have to obey the rules. They have to obey the laws. How this makes possible? Because we all like, luxury. Honestly, I was late today because the car did not come to the ministry. So I have to rush in 5 minutes to cross the park. Apparently this is good. I save a bit of the CO2 emissions, right? Apparently it is not. I am late, yeah. So this is the luxury, you know, of personal comfort, the legal entity's comfort, the legal entity's savings, and, you know, their income to be green. So how we're doing it, you know, because all the system, the extraction responsibility of the producer, the circular economy, the fact that they have, you know, to put this purification station, you know, when they are reversing their waters, you know, in the rivers and lakes, this is costly. Everything what is connected to environment, unfortunately, is costly. Do you know how much cost the afforestation program? Well, before coming to the Minister of Environment, I thought that it's cheap to plant forest. It's not. Not at all. Because by 2032, we have a very ambitious project. By 2032, the project cost to extend and to rehabilitate the forest, 145,000 hectares, we have to spend 749 million euros. By 2028, we have to spend 435 million euros. And this is for 1 hectare of plantation and increasing, you know, the trees up until, you know, the massive, as you call it, it cost $5,000. This numbers and figures says that it costs. Everything costs. And, you know, just replacing by just, you know, replacing something on some measures, just put it on paper, does not work. So that's why what we do in implementing the policies and the programs and the laws and enforcing, as my predecessor says, the risk, you know, of enforcing the laws, this is the most important. And all the laws that have been approved and the bylaws that were approved at the Ministry of Environment, they were approved with applause. Whoever applause of voicing that we don't like it, whoever applause of, you know, voicing that we like it, but not so much. So how we are doing it? Because there are a lot of rules and enforcement that actually when we're going abroad in Western countries, in US, in any other countries, developed countries, we are obeying that. Well, in the Republic of Moldova, we felt more relaxed. Throwing garbage, I don't know, polluting, you know, using cars that are over 10 years, you know, or any others, you know, or I don't know, legal entities using the equipment that is so old, you know, that the CO2 emissions are so high. And what we're doing, so what we're trying to implement the policies that are gradually implemented. So first, the first thing. Secondly, we consult the legal entities, and we consult the focus groups. This is the second step, what we're doing. Thirdly, we're trying to implement the policies according to EU standards and international standards, because the Republic of Moldova is part of the Paris Agreement, and the quite ambitious targets that were set and the financial targets that were set. Of course, we are a receiving country, but nevertheless, in order to receive the grants and the benefits, the projects, we have to achieve some commitments. So those commitments are, you know, gradually implemented, and this is, you know, how we're doing it. Well, in all the domains, as it was said, we have national adaptation program. In all the domains, we have a circular economy, green economy project, a great program and project that was implemented with the Ministry of Economy. We have a national environment and energy and climate plan that was adopted by the Minister of Environment as a lead, but of course the Minister of Energy as lead, Minister of Environment was part of it in endorsing and in including their part. Now we're in the process of updating our national determined contribution. The national determined contribution, this is setting the more ambitious targets, and Solomon is right, because by 2030 we will, 2040, we will update our targets, getting them more ambitious in terms of the reduction of the GHG emissions, adopting all the programs, you know, that are not very convenient for the legal entities, for the entrepreneurs, but this is what we have to do. We have to green the economy. We have to green all the ministers. And unfortunately, this is, you know, the luxury and the abundance that we have to do. I will give you an example, you know, in agriculture, and we see that all the agricultors, you know, they're kind of, you know, getting, you know, very upset that the crops are not, you know, do not get well. Or, I don't know, in other domains. But all the domains have to adopt the climate change policies. And not only adopt them, you know, on papers, because we have a very nice policies, and Patricia is here from UNDRR. We have a wonderful strategy on the reduction of disaster risks, and you know, a lot of policies. But enforcing them and implementing them, this is a second. Like, for example, I was today in the parliament with the law on environment liability. Everyone asked me, did the entrepreneurs like this law? Of course not. Who would like to pay more than they have to pay it, you know? Who would like to pay and to recover the damage? None of us. But this is what we have to do. We have to accept that the environment is not recovering in one day. It's not recovering in 2 days. As the forest grew up in 30, 40 years, this is how we recover the ecosystem. And one mistake committed today might be paid by our successors. So let's do not commit mistakes, and let's make it possible, you know, and really, like, you know, the luxury, you know, of education is not just, you know, planting trees, it's educating, it's keeping the aware, you know, wake up, change your behavior, and change, you know, everything from, you know, from the tools, the instruments, green everything, and revenues have to be done, you know, have to be invested. So this is what we want to do, that we will create instruments that the entrepreneurs will be intensify, and they would be willing to change the equipment, they would be willing to green the economy. By creating green bonds, by creating different projects that the private sector would be really attracted, and the green transition will be smooth and, you know, not hit them with all the policies. Now we're working, you know, on carbon tax, introducing ETS, emission trading system, or CBAM, and we're thinking how this affects, because introducing a tax might hit and might disappear a domain at all, like cement or glass. But we want to think, and to think carefully how to do it. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes, indeed, as also was mentioned by Mr. Parlikov, that you need to think about, like, current situation, and I want to emphasize that we also have some challenges with, like, infrastructure, and infrastructure is connected to long-term planning. It's not appearing right here and right now, and in this direction, like, Ministry of Environment, from one point of view, is imposing some laws and regulations that, like, motivate business to become greener. From another direction, or from another point of view, government generally is supporting green transition of the business through different programs, including, like, programs from the Organization of Business Development. You have, like, some facilities to change the equipment to make it more energy efficient, and so on. So we have, like, regulations, but also incentives. But still, we have some problems, or, like, challenges with infrastructure. And I would like to address a question to Mr. Koenig about, yeah, green transition of Moldova, energy transition of Moldova. What can we do to accelerate this transition, taking into consideration our, like, infrastructure limitations?
Yes, thanks a lot for the question. So maybe to describe the status quo a bit more for those less familiar with the sector. So right now, Moldova is more or less, or is independent of Russian gas, because that's been diversified. But the electricity is still 80% comes from MGRES, which is a gas-fired power plant in Transnistria, it's a very interesting story. It's majority owned by Russia, and they essentially get gas for free and then sell electricity to Moldova, and that actually makes up most of the government budget of Transnistria. So it's very interesting links there, and getting away from that kind of arrangement is important from a variety of perspectives. And there's really, I would say two main pillars to doing so. The one is interconnection, and there several projects are underway. Already under construction is the Vulkanest, is that correct? I hope I didn't butcher that pronunciation completely. Chisinau, a high voltage power line, which is meant to be finished by the end of next year, and would enable the increase of interconnection with Romania on the electricity side, and thereby reducing reliance on MGRES. And the second pillar, and that is what we talked about already, is building more domestic generation, which really means solar, wind, batteries, and then potentially some thermal backup generation. So gas-fired power stations, gensets, which are quite cheap to put somewhere and which can then be ramped up when the storages are insufficient to meet demand, or when imports aren't sufficient to meet demand. So, in my view, it's really a mixture of interconnection to the European grid, plus the renewables and storage. But all that, of course, needs to be coordinated and integrated, and that comes back to my point about markets. Really, the only way to manage such a complex system is by making the management of the complexity the problem of the individual participants rather than of a central planner, because there will be so many individual entities, electric vehicles, heat pumps, batteries, and so forth. It's basically impossible in terms of the complexity for a central system operator to say, oh, you guys should be doing this, you guys should be doing that. It's just in terms of the computation, it can't be done. If you set up a system whereby people need to trade the electricity in the market, and if they're wrong, if they forecast the wrong generation, if they forecast the wrong demand, they need to fix that problem themselves. They'll become innovative. They'll try to build batteries themselves. They'll try to purchase flexibility from others to fix the problem. So the more we can make the individual participants in the electricity sector responsible for fixing the problems, and the less we can make this the problem of a central planner, I think the easier this transition will be.
Okay, I would like to address also one more question. You mentioned about interconnections that are appearing, new interconnections in the electrical grid, and not only. Already now we are connected, and how we support Ukraine also with in the situations of energy cuts and so on. So there is a room for Moldova to become a local energy hub or energy transition hub. There is a space here for hydrogen energy, or this is a luxury for richer countries. How do you think?
Well, it's a very hard question to answer, because there's a clear and evident geopolitical dimension to it, and then there's the question of hydrogen itself. The geopolitical dimension is first and foremost linked to the outcome of the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine. I mean, if this turns out in a way that there is a strong Ukraine that is West-leaning, then of course Moldova is very much a transit country towards that. And Ukraine has great potentials for green electricity, great potentials for the production of green hydrogen, but also has lots of domestic reserves of natural gas, which could be transited. And of course, the gas infrastructure is there and can be used both for fossil and for renewable purposes. So in such a world, I think there's a very clear rationale for Moldova as an energy hub. Of course, should the war end on Russia's terms, and as we've been discussing for the past 1.5 days, that is unfortunately looking increasingly likely, there probably won't be a Western-leaning Ukrainian green hydrogen industry for which there could be any transit. And then of course, I think that whole rationale or that whole topic would fall away. The topic of hydrogen itself, I mean, of course, there's week-long congresses just on hydrogen, but just my very hot take would be that it's probably massively overrated, and you're currently seeing across Europe projects being cancelled left, right, and center, simply because the economics aren't working out. A couple of years ago, the hydrogen industry was promising incredible cost reductions. People are talking about €2 per kilogram hydrogen production cost in Europe by 2030, some even below that. And now, a couple of years on, cost estimates have gone up by a factor of 3 or 4. So they're now talking about €6 or €8 per kilogram hydrogen in Europe by 2030. And of course, that means massively more subsidies required to get to the same amount. And that's why the European hydrogen targets won't be achieved. That's why projects are being cancelled and so forth. So I personally wouldn't link my fate in terms of decarbonization to hydrogen coming about, but much rather to this electrification story, which also the minister was telling.
Thank you. Yes, for me at least, that means that we need to focus locally to find local solutions, but also not to forget that we are not isolated from like external world. We should look for some innovations and also for cooperations with neighboring countries, Ukraine, Romania. And in this regard, I would like to address next question about like transboundary risks, but also challenges. How in the situation when we have like immediate threats, immediate crises, for example, energy crisis, and in the same time we have common aquatic basins like Dniester River, how can we like prioritize and co-create together with Ukraine or with Romania like security systems that are addressing immediate threats but also impacting long-term sustainability of the country?
Much, and indeed these transboundary environmental but also climate risks are an area where actors such as DCAF with its convening role can help to bring together the different actors who are working on these issues and who need to be included in any feasible solution. So as we all know, natural disasters don't respect borders, but also issues such as pollution of water bodies, but also the air, etc. They don't usually show a passport and wait at the border. So these regional approaches are really, really important. And DCAF is working on several regional programs, including one with Ukraine and Moldova, for example, and anti-corruption. So there are the right instruments and networks already in place to bring together the different stakeholders and move towards more, as you said, these river-based and planning or ecosystem-based approaches that are really taking into account the entirety of these environmental risk chains. One thing that we're doing, for example, is the organization of study visits, but also exchanges between different stakeholders, bringing in civil society and parliaments, as we're working a lot on security sector governance. Also, that is an important element. But maybe also coming back at the national level, environmental protection and rule of law, as we have heard, is a very complex issue that also at the national level requires the inclusion of many different stakeholders. and especially security sector actors might not be used to working with ministries of environment or ministries of energy or agriculture, water authorities, etc. So having these multi-stakeholder approaches, in our view, is really something that is super important, and also to develop a joint terminology about these risks and threats. We heard a lot about the hybrid threats and the risk assessment from the disaster risk reduction perspectives, but then from an environmental perspective, there might be other terminologies and other risks. So really having a joint terminology and vision is something that is really important and needs to be developed. And then also using these areas to strengthen the potential for state legitimacy and social cohesion, and including civil society organizations and communities. We didn't have the time this morning to go more into depth about the volunteer model for civil protection, for example, but instruments like that can be incredibly powerful to strengthen the social fabric at the community level and bring together communities, but also state security actors such as firefighters or the local civil protection agency for a joint problem. So using more of that, but also using the knowledge about the contextual risks of these communities can be something that is really important. I was just reading about the flood management plan of the city of Paris, and the level of granularity required to really do a flood management plan that goes beyond looking at the Seine River, which, I mean, we know where it is, but also looking in terms of extreme flash floods, etc., where the water is going to go exactly. I mean, this is the level of granularity that the local communities, the people who live there, they will be able to provide that type of information.
Thank you.
I'll just mention here, it's really important to mention a project that is implemented by the Ministry of Environment and especially by UNDP, supporting the Moldovan authorities in the sustainable management of the Dnistru River. And you have to know that this is important, that this management plan of the Dnistru River, it's trans-border cooperation for joint management of the Dnistru River basin, where we meet on a permanent basis with the authorities from Ukraine, from Romania, where there are discussed, especially from Ukraine, because it's a Dnistru, but we also have projects, on Prut River. So these security issues are discussed at the highest level with the authorities. So it's really important to know this project, because it's not only, transposing the water directive, but it's also the agreement of functioning at Dnistru hydropower complex, capacity of the Dnistru River and District Committee strengthness, inventory of the hydrotechnical infrastructure within the Dnistru River Basin District finalized, hydrological monitoring of the Dnistru River, and any others. So it's really important to mention the hard work with the authorities, the Ministry of Environment, its subordinate institutions, to strengthen and to secure the Republic of Moldova, the environment, at the highest level. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. And in this regard, it's very important that, these problems appear not from just, that someone wants to create these problems. They appear from some necessities. If you need more electricity, you build a power plant or you build a dam on the river. And then from one point of view, you have electricity. From another point of view, you have a loss in biodiversity and threats in a drinkable water supply. In this regard, it's very important the help of international institutions is very important, so to balance between these needs and, let's say, losses if we refuse these simple solutions. And in this regard, I would like to address one more question to Mr. Ion Nou about the role of the EU delegation in Moldova, about maybe most common challenges that you are facing, but also steps of facilitating access to finance for Moldovan authorities, for private sector, and so
on. Let me just add to the second interconnection power line which is about Suceava. That is going to be implemented by EBRD and EIB and partially funded by the EU. So just to add one more information in terms of interconnectivity, and I also like to add here to my colleague, look what happened to Valencia. In terms of adaptation measures, early warning systems, that's a very good example that we could also take on board among the challenges of how we can go to green transition, which is, by the way, very expensive. And I also like to add to both, well, first of all, Aliona, our regulations could act against a fast green transition because, you know, there are rigorous regulations that we have to implement. So on a global scale, that could be a drawback because we have China and the US now coming with a very much more relaxation towards their own regulations. So what the EU needs to do is to adapt. That's why I've mentioned in the beginning the Global Gateway Initiative. We need to adapt a little bit, become faster, move faster. I know it's easier said than done. And to Polygov's first comment is, you know, people cannot think of restoration of biodiversity and forest, Aliona, if they don't have heating this winter, for example. So biodiversity versus people's needs, it's very difficult to balance. That's another challenge. And then renovating energy efficient apartments, buildings, constructing charging stations for our vehicles, micromobility, green micromobility, all these things need a lot of money, need a lot of financing. And I'm coming to your question with regards to access of this funding, especially to local authorities, because local authorities play a very crucial role into green transition because they're closer to the citizens. They know a little bit what they needs to be at a grassroots level. Green bonds is a new financing mechanism that it's quite new. We are in the process of trying to develop it more with our international financing partners through technical assistance. So basically green funds is basically loans for green investments that could be made available to a local authority to, I don't know, do some pedestrian streets, renovate some of the public buildings in their area, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So what we'd like to do with this is to encourage regions and local authorities to think of, let's say, renewable projects like biomass, solar energy, rural electrification, for example, in the case of Moldova. And then we also want them to, by doing so, to promote green job creation, because this is very much close to the people's needs. What would that mean in terms of creating some new jobs? And then through this, we want to help them to come closer, understanding, again, technical assistance, training, capacity building on the EU norms and requirements. And that's why EU accession is not just about, I'm sorry, being very blunt, cut and paste the Romanian law into the Moldavian law, but it's about how to carry out and implement that particular law in reality. So it's not just about harmonizing our laws, but it's demonstrating concrete implementation towards EU targets. And then finally, so again, EU norms, global standards, again, they're very important towards local authorities to obtain this funding. And of course, public engagement. We need to get the people closer, we need to understand, public participation is very important. And I think all these things, if we can, we have a long way to get there are already examples of, I would say, kind of green bonds programs. They're not really green bonds, but we have started. There is the electric trolleybuses, as you know, in Chisinau, some solar electrification lighting in some of the communities. These are small pilot cases where we want to show some green investments towards in the right direction. So with this, I think it would be one way to look at it through local authorities.
Thank you. Yes, and I would like to just repeat one more time that engagement of local actors, activists, business, and so on is very important, because sometimes we face the situation when we have like legislation, we have expertise from our partners, we have financing, and we don't have people to implement it, yeah? So this is what happens sometime, and for that, in order to have enough experts, specialists, or just people who are ready to involve and jump in and develop new businesses, new business models, we need to involve civil society in all these processes. We have limited time, but if someone has like very burning question, if you want to ask something. Yes, I see one hand. If someone could help me with microphone. Yes, thank you.
Hello. Okay, this is not a burning question specifically, but I was trying to understand how to pose the question through the phone, but I didn't manage, so sorry. Patricia Pella, I represent the UN Agency for Disaster Risk Reduction, and Aliona, thanks for mentioning my name during the presentation. Two questions to the panel in general. One topic, oh, do you hear me now? Better? It was already mentioned, I think, by the DCAF colleague, critical infrastructures. So basically, we haven't discussed, at least from that angle, what's the country strategy or the country planning regarding the resilience of critical infrastructure. Now that the DRR strategy, Aliona, it's almost in the oven or out of the oven or somewhere in between. And that's pretty much what I wanted to address. And of course, thanks for the EU and the representation. And we had some very good insights on civil society in local, in regional, at the subnational level. The participation is key, because the bottom-up approach, which we haven't touched specifically on this panel either, but again, the scope was a bit different. It was brought to the discussion, and we're really thankful for that. Over from my side, I hope it was clear, and yeah.
Okay, so yeah, the question was targeting critical infrastructure. If there is someone who would like to respond to it.
I will start, and I think my colleagues will add. Well, thank you so much indeed. The disaster risk reduction of the disaster risk reduction strategy is almost in the government, so it will be approved in 1 week and a half, with the last final stage. But it's not about only adopting the policies. It's about the intergovernmental, interministerial work. This is important. And actually, disaster risk strategy taught us how to work properly. Patricia, you're right. Not only internally, but also, with international donors, with the ministers. And I'm happy that now the projects are led to the energy efficiency of the buildings, water sanitation, roads, infrastructure, so everything we are trying to build and to be resilient, and everything, and I'm happy that now all the investment projects are passed and endorsed by the Ministry of Environment and the subordinate institutions. So basically the green footprint is done. And is somehow is issued by the Ministry of Environment, and it is, kind of aware. Hello, this project might not be very green or green financing or whatever. But I'm happy that the more we're trying to invest in the efficiency, energy efficiency, renewable energies, in green transportation. And Solis, you're right. When it is cold and you're hungry, you don't think about environment. This is, you know, again, I'm totally agree with you, but maybe we'll think a bit, even if it's cold and we're hungry and happy that we live in the country that it's not such a situation, and the government is doing, you know, everything to resist. So basically what we're trying to do is to invest not only in urban zones, but especially in rural zones, and to develop the rural zones. This is really important. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. If someone wants to add something.
Yeah, Patricia, right? Patricia, yeah. Yeah, of course, a bottom-up approach. We need networks. You know, a very good example is the Erasmus program. Individual students all over Europe and the world, where they get the opportunity to study in Europe, and then they formulate an alumni network whereby you can exchange different experiences. That's one of our most successful programs. But if we are to strengthen a bottom-up approach, we need to provide, for example, the digital tools, the information and the data to the citizens to be aware exactly what we're doing and how we're going to do it. We need to engage them in dialogues, local, national dialogues. We have the high-level energy dialogue where we do involve civil society think tankers. And the most important, we need to provide financial sourcing to grassroots levels. That's why I've mentioned in the 1.7 billion package for Moldova, it's not all loans. There will be a part of it that would be grants specifically to cover, among other things, civil society.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and maybe coming back to a point I made a bit earlier and bringing in the security dimension to this discussion about the critical infrastructure, it's really this necessity of thinking about the critical infrastructure not only in terms of exposure and vulnerability to different natural disasters, but also, of course, in terms of the potential for exploitation by terrorists, different types of enemy attacks, etc., as well as really take into account these cascading risks that can be so dangerous. And I really want to stress the point, and maybe this also comes back to what the State Secretary said in terms of sending the message that these environmental rules and regulations are not just imposing on people, but it's really part of protecting this new critical infrastructure around the quality of the air, the soil, and the water. And in terms of raising this awareness, I think it's very easy if you talk about these concrete climate phenomena like the heavy rain events or storms or whatever, to get visibility and get people to understand the importance of preparing better for them. But the slow onset disasters, such as pollution, but also things like heat waves. I mean, air pollution and heat, at least in a lot of urban areas, are the silent killers. So this is, from a people-centered security, something that really needs to be taken into consideration. And then also, again, coming back to the hybrid threat environment, the potential for disinformation and misinformation around these natural disasters, but then also things, environmental issues, etc., and making sure that there is a good and a strategic communication that also brings people along in these narratives.
Thank you. Okay, I would like just to conclude that you know, there are a lot of crises. Yeah, we're facing multi-crisis situation. We have like economic losses and environmental losses, but despite all these challenges, last years are really productive, and for me they are inspiring in terms of what Moldova has done with new legislation, new programs of reforestation, the program of national program of waste management, massive investments in renewable energy. Climate law appeared in Moldova this year. So we have a lot of things that are done already. We have a lot of things to do. And sometimes we hear that, okay, we need to move faster, we need to make more, and we are like out of the train, we need to go faster. But let's not wait to celebrate a bit. So all these people that are talking today on this panel, they're like putting a lot of efforts and bringing results that are like, yeah, improving our lives. And we as society and together with our partners, we have very good results. So let's celebrate a bit. Yeah, let's have a moment of celebration, but also a round of applause for our panelists for this discussion. Yes, and just to remind that now we have a reforestation campaign, yeah, in Moldova. So if you have an opportunity, or yeah, just take a day or 2 days or 3 days and participate in plantations, because now it's very easy. You can find online where to go, who to contact, and yeah, just come and help. And do not do it just this year, but next year, and so on, because one is planting, another one is maintenance. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Vlad. Thank you very much to our distinguished panelists. We're coming to the end of our forum after 2 days of long and interesting discussions. Please, you may have. Just a picture with. We will now move on to the our closing remark panel. And I just want to invite all participants in foyer to take places in the room. Very soon we will start the closing remarks panel. So please just take the seats in the room. If you are ready for the closing remarks panel, please make a sign, eventually clap. For those who are online, please stay with us. But also I'd like to use this opportunity, before we go to the closing remarks, also to use some of the claps that you still have with you, to thank our translators that have been for 2 days with us, and they did a great job. Thank you very much. I'd like also to thank our support team, Media Show Group and UNDE, for helping us in organizing this event. And with that, let me invite my dear friend, colleague, Sando, representing Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, Program Officer. I would like to invite her to give the start for the closing panel. Thank you.
Bună seara. Vă mulțumesc foarte mult pentru
Thank you so much for this opportunity to be here and yesterday and today with you to discuss such important subjects and to talk about the security of our country.
Also have a majority of audiences who are from the outside of Moldova. As we are coming to the conclusion of the Moldova Security Forum, I would like to extend my heartfelt thank you to all the speakers, to moderators, to co-organizers, and to our dear partners that through thoughtful contribution and commitment had made it possible for us to organize the first edition of the forum. I think that for the last 2 days we reaffirmed an essential truth, that security is not just about the absence of threats, but it's about the presence of resilience, collaboration, and shared values. And this is also a lesson that we learned for the past 2 days. Because in the face of challenges like disinformation, cyber attacks, corruption, external interference, we demonstrated that we are able to resolve those challenges if we are working via democratic principles and if we are fostering unity. Our discussions yesterday and today has shed some light on some important subjects, for example, how we can enhance democratic institutions, how to safeguard the integrity of elections, how to enhance citizens' engagement, how to ensure information security in Moldova, but also beyond. And also we just had a wonderful panel on cybersecurity, discussing about resilience, and also in the face of climate change and energy insecurity. I think this forum has been a great platform for all of us to unite, to discuss, to debate, but also brought all of us to a call of action. Because we will leave here today with commitments, with ideas, I think with an action plan, what we have to do for the next couple of years. And I think that this dialogue will be changed into tangible outcomes. And I'm really looking forward to the next editions of the forum. As I said yesterday, I really hope that in 50, 100 years, we will still organize Moldova Security Forum and we will be more strengthened, resilient, democratic, and we will have a lot of lessons learned. So again, I would like to say my heartfelt thank you to co-organizers, to our partners from IPRE, from NATO, that we really worked a lot for the past half a year or even more than that, and we made it possible to organize this wonderful forum. But I think that it's enough from my side. I think it's time right now to invite our wonderful guests and our wonderful co-organizers. So please, I would like to invite Brigitta Triebel, the director of the Konrad Adenauer Foundation in Moldova.
Mulțumesc, Sandra. Thank you very much. Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, dear partners. At the end of our Moldova Security Forum, I come back to the question, how to return security to Moldova, Ukraine, and to Europe. I think actually we have the answers to this question, and we've discussed these answers in the last 2 days. First of all, Ukraine has to win the war. And we have to stop Russian interference in Moldova and in Europe. Secondly, gray zones do not work. Not in the Black Sea region, as we learned yesterday, and also not in the communication sphere. Thirdly, Moldova has to invest in its broader security, in its strategic partnerships, in its social resilience against disinformation and other hybrid threats, and in sustainable responses to risks such as climate change and social inequality, as we discussed today. However, are we ready to act? Do we have the action plan? Or we have the action plan, but what are our next steps? Are we ready to be faster, to be better, and to be more decisive in finding solutions and in protecting our democratic values and our citizens? And this is not only a question to you as our audience here in Moldova, it's also a question especially to my home country, Germany. I very much hope that we will speak about our progress, that we will see more security for Moldova, Ukraine, and Europe next year here in Chisinau when we meet again to the second edition of the Moldova Security Forum. I would like to say again a big thank you to our co-organizers, the NATO office here in Chisinau, Justin, Simona, mulțumesc frumos, thank you very much. And also, of course, to IPRE, Julian, Mihai, thank you very much for your engagement and your commitment. And to all our other partners, also to my team, to Sandra, for being so focused on organizing this conference. I also would like to mention the great work of our volunteers who support us and who helped us with the registration, with the technical support in all our panels. Thank you very much, and I hope I see you next year here in Chisinau. La rivedere.
Thank you very much, dear Brigitta. And right now I would like to invite Justin Suni, the acting head of the NATO Liaison Office in the Republic of Moldova.
Thank you. I will be brief. The event and the discussions we had the last 2 days truly speak for themselves. On behalf of the NATO Liaison Office to Moldova, I'd like to express my deep appreciation for the outstanding work of our partners for this organization of the event, which is the Konrad Adenauer Foundation, and of course, the Institute for European Policies and Reforms based here in Moldova, to your volunteers, to your staffs, for your ideas and your commitment for this tremendous event. And to our hosts, the Moldovan authorities, for your strong support of this forum. And of course, to our panelists and speakers for your inspiring words and thought-provoking ideas throughout the entire program. The inaugural edition of the Moldova Security Forum is timely. The Moldovan people recently demonstrated enormous courage and resilience in defending their democracy during this year's election period. This amidst unprecedented foreign interference by Russia. We also mark, sadly, during the program, 1,000 days since Russia's full-scale onslaught upon Ukraine. The NATO Liaison Office hopes this event can prove to be a watershed moment for security dialogue in Moldova, as well as the region. One supported by civil society, reliable international partners, and of course the local institutions. Throughout our 2 days of panel discussions, we heard many common themes and messages. Support to Ukraine must remain resolute. Security absolutely requires a whole-of-society approach. Social cohesion is paramount to a more resilient society, and we must keep building cooperation among international partners, including alongside civil society. We all recognize the challenges facing Moldova are our common challenges. That is why working together on these issues is important. The NATO Liaison Office is proud to support the Moldova Security Forum and to develop this event as a leading platform to foster national, regional, and global security discourse in the years to come. Ladies and gentlemen, Moldova remains an important partner for NATO. After 30 years of partnership, we have proven that our cooperation is stronger and more dynamic than ever. We look forward to continue working together to support your resilience and to strengthen your defense institutions. Going forward, NATO will continue to support Moldova's independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity as the country's path towards European integration continues, for the benefit of all Moldova citizens. Echoing my friend Brigitta, we'll see you next year, and thank you very much for participating in the last 2 days.
And right now I would like to invite Iulian Groza, our dear colleague, the director of IPRE, the co-organizer of Moldova Security Forum, with closing remarks and I think the final conclusion for the forum. Thank you.
Dear friends, I'd like to thank all of you for taking part in this endeavor. Moldova Security Forum, it was the first edition. It will be not the last. I think the level of participation, the quality of discussions, the interventions we had from participants, from our panelists and speakers have contributed to, I think, a successful first start of putting Moldova on the map of security discussions in Europe, in this region. I'm really glad that Moldova Security Forum has basically sent a very clear message that Moldova cares and can not only, benefit from security, And we heard about, during these 2 days, about how exposed is Moldova to security threats and how it is important to support Ukraine, because Ukraine is also not only defending itself, but defending us and the whole of the Europe. But we also discussed about how we can bring countries like Moldova, with limited resources, with great challenges that we face in terms of hybrid warfare, to bring Moldova with a voice and to enhance our agency as a country that wants to be part of the table of the discussion about security. And I think, and I hope that, the fact that over the last years, Moldova has been projected as a venue for international discussions about regional security. Just to remind you, the European Political Community Summit, which was last year. And I really hope that the contribution of the civil society, the think tank community, becomes also present, and we build on that. So with all that, let me once again thank our main partners for trusting in us in the effort, for trusting in all of us, because I think some of us maybe was very shy in terms of thinking about the fact that Moldova can also provide a venue for meaningful security discussions. I would like to thank to NATO for the support, Konrad Stiftung, and of course I'd like to thank our partners, think tanks, foundations, Soros Foundation Moldova, International Republican Institute, New Strategy Center, New Europe Center, the CAF, and many others, PISA platform, of course UPM, the EU Partnership Mission here in Moldova, and the National Security Council Secretariat that was also part of us, basically representing the host contributions. But also I'd like to thank our media partners that over the last 2 days have been very much working to communicate to the public the discussions we have here. Journal TV, Newsmaker, and Calea Europeană. Thank you, all of you. Thanks once again to moderators and speakers and all participants who have came to Moldova to participate in this event, and of course to all the participants that were here and staying with all of us until the end of the event. See you next year, because we have now a plan. After this meeting, we will meet next week and start already planning the next year Moldova Security Forum. We will, of course, assemble the results of these discussions, and we also will publish some of the key findings and maybe recommendations, like Sanda has mentioned, an action plan as a policy. But also we will try to make our next year effort even much more interesting. So with all that, once again, I'd like to thank my team who has been behind the effort, and all of you. Thank you once again, and have a nice evening, and see you next year. Thank you very much.